My name is Stephen Gentile. I'm the Chief Policy Officer at the Tennessee Higher Education Commission. Been there for about 10 years now, and I oversee our Research and Strategy Division, and which will talk about some of the reports that we put together looking at college trends, graduation rates, retention rates, the progress of our state in access and success in higher education.
Awesome.
We're good? Okay.
Great.
All right. Thank you very much for having me here today. I'm happy to speak to you guys about the role that our agency is playing right now in providing that connection between K-12 and higher education. I'm sorry that Dr. Bob Smith could not be here today, but Dr. Victoria Harpel, she's on my team. I know you guys know her well. I see her as a very valuable resource to me and our team and our agency in helping bridge the connection between K-12 and higher education. For about 10 years now, we have been tracking as a state the college going rate in Tennessee, looking at how many students from the high school graduating senior class go on to college, in-state and out-of-state. And today I'd like to talk to you guys about some of the trends we've seen in that. We spoke to you guys a year ago. My colleague, Paige Elliott, presented to you our report then. And now, a year later, we're going to update you on where we are right now. There we go. For those who like to have access to our report instantaneously, you can grab that QR code. It'll take us to our website, our college going rate 2022. But I want to walk you through today a couple things. First of all, college going for the class of 2022, trends we've seen, observations therein. I'm also going to talk to you about programs that we have in place at THEC and at TSAC, our student aid body, with regards to Tennessee Promise, give you an update on Tennessee Promise about 9 years later, and then highlight a division of our agency that is solely dedicated to access and success for high school students and adults entering college. I believe it was probably about 2 board member meetings ago, we gave a presentation on the Give and Spark program that THEC administers. So I won't speak to that today, but please know that's another aspect of things that we do. So the college going rate, what we're measuring when we do college going rate for the state, we are looking at data from the Tennessee Department of Education that captures the senior graduating cohort and looks to see where they're going to college. We have robust data from our institutions and our private institutions in Tennessee, where we can see if they're going into UT Southern, UT Knoxville, MTSU, Nashville State, TCAT Nashville. We're able to capture that in our data. We also are a big time user of the National Student Clearinghouse, and that allows us to track students from Tennessee to many institutions across the country, not just in Tennessee. So we can see the students who are going across state lines to Western Kentucky. We can see the students who are going to Whitman College in Walla Walla, Washington. And so the data that we have here today captures that information. And it's a good trend line to see, put our fingers on the pulse of college access directly for our Tennesseans. So a year ago, the message for the class of 2021 that we are observing is that since the beginning of the pandemic, the college going rate had plummeted by 9 percentage points over that 2-year period, from 61.7 to 52.8%. For some context, that equates to about 7,500 fewer students from Tennessee's high schools going on to college, that decline. And we had seen a big bump in college going rate over the last 10 years, from 2014 to 2015, a jump of 6 percentage points coinciding with Tennessee Promise. And so it was definitely alarming for us to see the college going rate go down through the pandemic. Tennessee by no means was alone. We were just the first to come out with a report on college going. We're seeing this across the country coming into the pandemic. A year later, looking at the data, we have really good news. That is that our college going has increased about 1.5 percentage points. May not sound like a lot, but that's the biggest 1-year jump we've had outside of Tennessee Promise, and it's a step in the right direction. And more importantly, it equates to 1,000 additional students going to college for the class of 2022. So good progress in that regard, but a need to continue that momentum forward.
Do you want questions while we're going through?
I'm sorry, yeah. Questions anytime. Questions anytime, please.
Just for the audience, it might be helpful when you talk about college going rate, what you're speaking? Is this going just to universities, colleges,
Yes.
community colleges? If you could.
Yes, sir. So when we say college going, we're talking about all the colleges that we have data for. So public universities, public community colleges, our technical colleges, Tennessee Colleges of Applied Technology. We are also talking about private colleges in Tennessee. We're talking about public out-of-state, private out-of-state, proprietary institutions, anyone who feeds data to the National Student Clearinghouse, we are able to capture here. So with regards to our public higher education system, everyone is in here with regards to that. So TCAT Nashville, National State, TSU, all fall into this data.
And there was a slight downward trend from 2015 before the pandemic. Is there any
Yeah.
reason for that, or can you address that?
I can throw at you some hypotheses on what we saw there. So we did see a big jump in college going, coming after Tennessee Promise, of course, and maybe there was a reduction in that after the big news about Tennessee Promise was less in the headlines. But really, I think what we're seeing there is between 15 and 19, finally we are shaking off the Great Recession. The jobs were coming in stronger during that time, and that was trend lines we saw across the country, that those were going down. So my bet is with more jobs, we're always competing against the economy and good jobs economy, and that's probably what we saw then.
Thank you.
Just, Mr.
Yes,
Chairman,
Mr. Jensen.
point of clarification, you're saying that all of your numbers represent TCATs, community colleges,
Universities,
Universities.
private and public.
okay. And you may have this in your numbers, and if you do, please say, I'll get to it. Those represent, I presume they represent entering freshmen. So is that what that number is? They're freshmen?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
What, do you have the numbers on after the first year, what that number looks like? In other words, you got kids going to college and they get there and some of them make it and some of them don't. I'd just be curious what the exit rate is after the freshman year, or the return rate in the sophomore year.
Yes, sir. And I want to be able to first of all, we do. First, we have first year retention rates for all of our students. We've not paired that up with the high school seniors from our public institutions, how many of them are retained, but that's something that we can do with the data that we have. And we're trying to better access clearinghouse data for that. But we do have retention rates on our fact book, Victoria, were you able to get access to the Wi-Fi? Great, thank you. I'll get you a sector level retention rates for our freshmen here during this presentation. But we're trying to expand this so that we can better track students as they leave Tennessee high schools, public high schools, all the way through into the workforce. I do not have that data for you, but I have general statistics that I can share with you during this presentation.
I would appreciate
Okay.
knowing that at some point. The other part of this is, are there somewhere where transfer students are reflected? I'd just be interested to see what those numbers look like coming back in. Say you may be accounting for them going to Arkansas State or Harvard or wherever they go, but when they come back into our system, the statewide system, I'd be interested in knowing that at some point. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Any other questions?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So looking at college growing rate, as we look at different race and ethnicities as well, we have a good news story, but one that needs to be situated in the broader context as well. There have been disparities between white and Hispanic, white and black students for as long as we've been tracking this. We have seen a narrowing in that range from before pandemic to after pandemic, as it did get worse during the pandemic. So for instance, looking at the base of our black high school students, is about 12,000 students. The college going rate in 2022 is 46.9%. That is 11.9% percentage point difference from the white students, but it did get as high as 13.9%. But now it is the lowest discrepancy since 2019. For our Hispanic students, a narrowing of range over the last 2 years. 37.3% of our Hispanic students going on to college compared to 58.8% of our white students. But I want to, as I said, put this and situate this in the broader context. If our black student college going rate was the same as our white student college going rate, we would have 1,500 more black students going on to college. If our Hispanic rate was the same as our white students, we would, in this past year, have 1,400 more Hispanic students going on to college. I always like to highlight the discrepancies, and are we getting better in our discrepancies? Because we can't expect that to be resolved overnight, but I do want to put that in the broader context, what these differences mean. And in the state of Tennessee, since we've been tracking Hispanic students, the relative percentage of Hispanic students in our high school population has grown about tenfold in the last 10 years. And so this is a population that we want to focus more attention on as we're analyzing the college going rate behavior. Looking at differences by gender, we are also seeing a narrowing of the rate, the narrowest we've seen in the last 5 years, from 2018 to 2022. That is a good news story. In this most recent high school graduating class, by the way, the men-women was nearly 50-50, only separated by about 60 students and a bias towards women here. But the college going rate is very different. In fact, if the college going rate for men were the same as women, we would have about 3,800 more men in college. Both of these populations suffered greatly during the pandemic, but they are having a larger increase. What I do want to say, and implicit in what I said about narrowing of the ranges, both the college going rate increase for men and for black students and for Hispanic students were larger than the base population of women here and in white population beforehand. So we're seeing a narrowing in these ranges, which is good, of course, but a need to continue focusing on why these differences, what we should be doing as a state to zero in on these differences. We shared this map before with you, looking at the college going rate across the state. Some things may not be surprising to you. Williamson County having the highest college going rate at 82%. But also what stands out to me about this map is that you can't just look at that and say, oh, there's an obvious, to me, there's not an obvious geographic reality that we're deploying here. If you look all the way out to Lake County, the far northwest of the state, we see one of the higher college going rates in the state, in an area where you may not expect that to be the case. We see some of the counties between here and Shelby County with as high as 65%, 64% college going rate. The pattern may not be obvious. But what stands out to us who work in this space between K-12 and higher education is the direct support these counties are receiving from state and partnering organizations. So I'll talk more about what this direct support is, but for instance, out in the Northwest and Lake County area, we've put resources for like Advise TN, where we put high school college counselors into high schools that are needing a college-going culture shift. We have the AIRS Foundation, the Nice-Walker Foundation, putting high-intensity advising in these high schools as well. And we have the federal-funded, state-provided Gear Up, and I'll explain that acronym here in a minute. We are starting in middle school. We work to support and birth a strong college-going culture all the way through our high schools. And when we're able to look at the maps of where those are distributed, we're able to see those college-going rates be higher. And sometimes we have to remove those services, Gear Up funding, for instance, because of just federal guidelines. And when we remove our services, the college-going rate tends to go back down. So for us, that's the pattern that we see here when looking at this map.
Would that same pattern be true in Jackson, Madison County area, that they have some pretty strong numbers there as well? 66, 58, 64.
Yeah, I believe that there is some touching of there's some Advise TN support there, but yes, I think that's the key there, is that we have the support, that especially more so in that Western Tennessee part, although it spans from Western all the way to Eastern Tennessee. But why Madison especially is higher, I don't have a direct answer for that. All right. Another thing that we're looking at, the amount of effort and funding that we have put into dual enrollment grants in the state has skyrocketed over the last few years. Right now, the dual enrollment grant program where students can take courses at our community colleges, our TCATs, universities, we give out about $48 million in this last year for dual enrollment grants. That eclipses the total amount of dollars by $10 million going towards Tennessee Promise and Tennessee Reconnect, our signature tuition last dollar programs. So a lot of energy and devotion from the state are going into dual enrollment. We are in need, however, and I've asked Dr. Harpole to help lead this conversation at our agency in finding the best ways to think through what does success in dual enrollment look like from a higher education perspective. These descriptive statistics right here, and that's all they are right now, shows a higher college going rate for those students who receive a dual enrollment grant than the overall high school graduating class. And there was a decline coming through the pandemic there in that college going rate, as there was in the full cohort as well.
If I read your data correctly, and what you said was that it's skyrocketed the amount of money that we put into dual. The number of grantees, though, hasn't increased. Why is that? I assume what it means is those that are granted are taking more dual enrollment courses.
Yeah,
How can we encourage those that aren't taking advantage of that?
So exactly. So there has been an expansion in the offerings across the spectrum to allow students to ideally get on their way to a credential faster in high school. But I want to zero in on the point that you're making. First of all, what I'm showing here is correlational. There's a higher college going rate for those who have dual enrollment grants than not. That does not mean that dual enrollment therefore makes your college going behavior different. What we do know is that students who are likely to take dual enrollment grants may be more likely to go to college than before, than other students who don't take dual enrollment, just by the chance of having that interest to begin with. The recent expansion that the General Assembly and the administration has moved forward with offering more dual enrollment opportunities to TCAT students is to address that explicitly. How can we get students who aren't thinking about college from as early as 9th grade? And that's where the dual enrollment grant is moving right now. And so there is a world where we show grantees increasing, expenditures increasing, college going rate going down, and I do not see that as a problem necessarily. I see that as, okay, more students are receiving this grant who weren't going to college to begin with, and so we might expect to see a decline in that. But what we need to do as a state, and definitely at our agency, I know TBR is thinking about this too as well, is how do you define success? How do you measure success in this program? And you have to step back to think, well, what's the purpose of dual enrollment? Is it to expand access? Is it to increase affordability? It's both. But how do we measure it in those different lenses? And that's what we're focusing on right now.
Yes, Mr. Cobb, sure. Notes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I recall when I first joined this board 5 or 6 years ago, particularly as it relates to dual enrollment, Commissioner McQueen at the time mentioned that we face a challenge in Tennessee relative to students who have the capability or aptitude or qualify, quote unquote, for dual enrollment opportunities, that we were behind in that regard. And we talked a lot about the importance of school counselors in shepherding young people towards dual enrollment opportunities. And so looking at this slide, that conversation comes back to mind, especially when you look at the differential between dual enrollment grantees and the overall cohort. I know you may not have the answer today, but I'd like to at least see some information that revisits that question in terms of, are we connecting students to dual enrollment that show that capability, so that if there are more students, they could be filtering into this and our numbers go up. So
Yes, sir. And I know I've already called her out as being my expert on many things, but I also always look to Dr. Harpole, and she and I have these conversations about what are the barriers that we are observing right now, and how can we help higher ed and K-12 in conversations like these address them. But going back to the point I made, we can do a better job measuring success across the state and just identifying those counties. Where are we seeing pockets of success? Where are we not? And then coming back to this conversation with State Board and the Department of Education and highlighting what we're observing as well, and try to have a critical conversation about what do we do to help remove those barriers. Where is it working? Where is it not? Dr. Harpool?
Mr. Robbins, I'd say something that has occurred from the K-12 side is a better identification and communication with parents about your child has a high likelihood of being successful. That combined with those stronger counselors and college going counselors to really say, okay, because we know that across race, we are not seeing the same students who are identified as capable actually enrolling, but we're doing better at communicating that, and I think that's out of the state Department of Education to get that in the hands of parents and students. But it's absolutely something that we're watching, and in the places where we have direct services, absolutely conversations that we're having. But we can get you some more information on that, because I think that's a key area for the state to pay attention to.
Mr.
Yeah.
Chairman?
Oh,
I do.
sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No,
Commissioner,
go ahead.
Commissioner Reynolds, and then you.
All right. Sorry for my tardiness.
We welcome you here too.
Thank you, thank you,
Right.
thank you for having me. And this doesn't have to be answered now, but I would really be curious to see the disaggregation from the previous slide around counties, and then also the dual enrollment college going rate. I'd love to just see how those gaps exist.
Okay.
Because I do think that you're right? It's part of our job too in the K-12 space is to ensure that we don't create automatic barriers in just allowing kids to decide that they don't have the full potential, or that even parents don't even know that they have the potential. There's a lot of discussions around, automatically enrolling kids in more rigorous coursework and creating an opt-out if parents absolutely want it. But we'll see a lot of times kids do really well, but because they aren't aggressively pursuing or even know that they have the potential, they'll just go lower route.
Yeah.
So I'd love to just think about how we can do a better job in that regard.
Commissioner Reynolds, we'll get you the data behind that map, and then also it sounds like what
Okay,
you're interested in is the dual enrollment grants, college going rate by county as well.
Yeah.
Is that correct? Okay. We'll
Well, just in general, really.
in general, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll work on that. Thank you,
Thank
Victoria.
you.
Chair Hargrove.
Yes, Mr. Eby, thank you. I just want to piggyback on the conversation because I do believe it does have a lot to do with the counselors that are in the school system. In previous discussions with districts, the challenges in them being prepared in order to be able to inform students what's available to them and to properly counsel and coach those
right.
students along the way. So I do think a lot of it is on the department and the districts to make sure that every one of their counselors are properly prepared for this. But I think, based on what Commissioner Reynolds has said, I think that's the perfect approach to getting at the information, getting at the data, because we have to arm them, we have to prepare them, because they cannot do their job if they do not have everything at their disposal to be able to do their job. So I look forward to that happening. So thank you.
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Okay. So all this conversation where we were in the last year, when we saw that big decline through the class of 2021, launched for us what's called the Momentum Year 2023, where we wanted to get behind a vision of what we wanted to see with college going rate over this next year, this year through the class of 2023. We have hosted conversations across the state. We had representatives from across state agencies, from high schools, from our partnering organizations, from our institutions, trying to identify what is the message, what are the barriers to college going that we need to get behind. And with that, we had 3 big goals for college going. One, for the class of 2023, to get to at least 60% college going. So that would be an increase from where we are right now, the 54% area. That's pretty big leap, but we're excited for the potential there. We have some good stats to show that might be on the way there. To focus on adult enrollment as well, helping students navigate into our Reconnect program or into universities programs that they have an interest in. And then a workforce training alignment. What are our credentials? How are they stacking across different divisions? To the question earlier from about transfer, are students able to transfer on seamlessly from sectors, between sectors, TCATs, community colleges, universities, dual enrollment thrown in there too? Those are part of the conversations that we're having. I know I'm running low on time here, but I just want to highlight that we've had a lot of success this past year that makes us very optimistic about where we're going to be for the class of 2023. And I know I'm talking about the class of 2023. If it's in the future, for us it is in the future. As we go through registration for higher education that runs through the end of this month, we're still doing that push to make sure high school seniors are landing in education even during that summer. But some big news for us. First of all, we are number 1 in the country this year for FAFSA filing. We tend to occupy the number 1 or number 2 slot. This time we increased about 1.5 percentage points on our FAFSA, which equates to about 1,500 more students entering into the FAFSA cycle this year. That's great news. Tennessee Promise. Very excited to announce that we had a record-breaking application year for 2023. So getting out the news and the voice on the power of Tennessee Promise that showed this year with all of our partners rowing in the same direction. We're very excited, and we're very excited to see what that means for our upcoming report. And it is delayed. The reason why it's delayed is because it takes a semester to identify where students did end up enrolling, but we look forward to analyzing it and sharing it out in the coming months. There's a lot more to my presentation that I will not go into, but you have the slide deck for with regards to Tennessee Promise and stats therein, success we're seeing with Tennessee Promise. With the other slides as well, highlight the work that our director, our chief director of access, whose name is Brett Gibson, the work that he and his teams do through Advise TN, Gear Up, and statewide services that we offer for College 4TN, as well as the electronic transcript exchange. Please, if you ever have any questions about those services, the slides that should be in your materials really put a fine point on the success and opportunities of those programs. I am happy to connect you to the people on our team who can answer questions for you in that regard. But we will certainly follow up here with the requested statistics after this presentation too. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gentile. Any questions? Chair
Mr.
Hargrove.
Chairman, yes, thank you. I think it's on page 15 of the presentation, Advise TN, where you talk about the funding 2.1 million in state allocated funds. The part about the students, 13,000 juniors and seniors at 30 high schools across Tennessee, served full-time, et cetera, et cetera. How were those high schools selected? Do you happen to know?
Yeah, we have a competitive bid process.
Okay.
And I can't walk you through all the criteria of that right now because it's not in my knowledge at this point, but I can follow up with you there. But there was identified in that the need for having a college counselor, as well as an expressed interest by that school district to support our efforts with that as well. So we wanted someone who we could put into a high school. We wanted to be able to put our Advise TN counselor into a high school that also is welcoming and wanting that support of having that person there. I'm a former admission counselor myself, and there was, I would travel to 100 high schools a year across the country. There's a marked difference in the college-going culture or the college just knowledge for those that have a counselor solely dedicated to college counseling versus those who rely on the guidance office who have to solve everything. And have just so much that they have to do. And so this allows us to be able to put into under-resourced schools those college counselors.
Is this going to be funded every year and more schools can apply? 'Cause
The
it's
$2.1 million is recurring from the state.
Okay,
Yes.
very good. And these numbers are from last year?
Yes, these are updated numbers as of this past week.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Other questions? I have one question. First, I think it's outstanding, the efforts that we're putting on and the results that we're seeing on the college going rate. But then the question is, college completion rate. Can we see that data sometime and compare?
Absolutely.
And I think that would be helpful.
Yeah, and we have, so there is, and we'll share this with this group afterwards as well, there is a post-secondary higher education fact book that we put out every year where you can see the graduation rates. That is something that our teams are looking at right now, our internal team, because I think that's something that needs a greater spotlight. The graduation rates, for instance, for the community college sector has been going up. They've done a lot of great work there. It's still about 33%. And so for those students who have to stop out or leave, what are the best practices from the state and the institution that we can get behind to support that? I think we'll be putting a greater spotlight on that soon.
And I think that the emphasis not just on colleges and universities, but community colleges,
Absolutely.
TCATs and all. I mean, we're seeing that that's paying dividends.
Yes, sir. And I gotta say, whenever I talk about colleges, I'm talking about every single post-secondary opportunity. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I
Mr.
just
Jensen?
had a thought on this, or a question. So if you've got a university in a particular geography, and they're spread all across the state and community colleges, are they doing anything programmatically to go and address the kids in the high schools in their region on some of this? You follow my question? Is, in other words, you got 30 schools that have this, and that's great, but it seems like there ought to be some interest at the TBR level perhaps, and I'm not telling y'all, but to get the schools, the University of Memphis or UT Martin, that they look at a geography around their school and
Absolutely.
they somehow see that as part of their mission, is to get into the high schools in those areas and work with some of the faculties and like these 30 folks are. I would think they even have that kind of training program perhaps.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
just curious.
And-
It's just a question. I don't.
And I don't want to speak for my TBR friends, but I'll say for my TBR partners that this work that we're doing at THEC is also definitely, there are offices and lots of people here who are doing that same exact thing. The purpose of the Momentum Year is that in truth, hundreds of people across the state are trying to do that exact same thing. We want to be sure we're all working in a concerted effort to make sure that we're working together on that. But community colleges, universities are definitely part of TCATs as well, getting out into their community, partially because it's the right thing to do.
Yeah.
Also partially because of necessity. Tuition revenue is dependent on making sure that you have more students going into college. Community college enrollment has plummeted across the country during the pandemic, definitely true here in Tennessee, declining by as much as 20%. And so they have ramped up as well their college access, communication, and their thoughts behind it strategically.
Thank you.
But more to be done in that space for sure.
Thank you, Dr. Gentile. It just shows the great collaboration, the importance of collaboration between THEC, the department, and the state board. Thank you very much.
Well, I appreciate it. I went to a meeting recently between our two agencies, and the ideas that were just flying back and forth were amazing. And so I really value this partnership. Thank you.
Next item is Alternative High School Pathways, Mr. Jay Baker and Mr. Jonathan Haynes.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Thank you for having me. My name is Jay Baker. I am Assistant Commissioner for Adult Education in the Department of Labor and Workforce Development. I'm joined by our staff attorney, Jonathan Haynes, in case y'all throw me some curveballs that I just want to hand over to my lawyer. So this is actually a follow-up conversation from last October. I came to the workshop there at Roane State and introduced the concept of alternative pathways for high school equivalency diplomas. And so wanted to follow up on that today, give a quick recap of that presentation. But this is also in preparation for tomorrow's board meeting, where we have an item on the agenda for first reading for the board, which will have a proposed rule change regarding high school equivalency credentials in the state of Tennessee. So we want to provide the background for you today in anticipation of that vote tomorrow. So, what is a high school equivalency diploma? This is an official Tennessee secondary school credential. It allows entry into post-secondary training opportunities, jobs, promotions, and higher wages, just like a regular high school diploma. Right now, we have about 430,000 working-age Tennesseans who lack a high school diploma or equivalency. So, the population is large who need this service that we provide. Our department, the Department of Labor, oversees high school equivalency preparation programs and diplomas. That is our purview within the Adult Education Division, is to provide funding to institutions across the state to provide local adult education services to folks for whatever reason, for these folks who dropped out of high school or are immigrants and just they didn't do the regular high school pathway. And so the high school equivalency option is there for those individuals. Currently, in the state of Tennessee, the HiSET exam is the only option, the only pathway for earning this high school equivalency diploma. And I'll talk more about that exam here in just a minute. So what does this have to do with the board? The Lois N. DeBerry Alternative Diploma Act in Tennessee Code Annotated gives this board the authority to make these decisions. And so I'll just read the bolded statement here. The state board shall review the recommendations of the department, that's the Department of Labor. Any recommendation approved by the State Board of Education shall be considered a high school equivalency assessment, and the successful completion of such assessment shall lead to the award of a high school equivalency credential. So while our department administers the program across the state, it is this board who decides how the high school equivalency credential will be earned. So how is our current pathway a problem? I said we have the HiSET exam, and so I want to talk about why we're seeking to expand our options. With the HiSET being the only way to get a equivalency diploma, this is a 5-subject multiple choice with a written essay, time-limited standardized test, just like the GED. And since the beginning of time with high school equivalency, we've had the GED exam, now we have the HiSET exam. And I don't think I need to get into all the details of why a high-stakes multiple choice test as the only option is tricky. Students are eager to have other options. We hear this all the time from our students who have difficulty with testing, or they come in from a neighboring state where they didn't have HiSET, perhaps they had GED. If we have technical issues with the test on the test day, there's just no other options for them to turn to. Other states have created alternative pathways where they have multiple assessments for students, and we don't want to fall behind. We want to be trailblazers in Tennessee. Alternative pathways can expedite the journey. This is really the key. It expedites people's journey to post-secondary and career opportunities. I mean, we just heard a great presentation about the college going rate, and kids who drop out of school or adult learners who still need to connect with college, they have a hard stop. There's a barrier for them if they do not earn this diploma. And so we want to give them more options to get the high school equivalency. So we are proposing the following new assessments to add to our suite of options for adult learners, in addition to the HiSET exam. The test of adult basic education. There is math, reading, and language, which would cover the writing competency. We have comprehensive adult student assessment systems. There's a math and reading assessment with them. ACT Work Keys has a math and reading assessment. And all of these assessments are approved by the U.S. Department of Education as tests suitable for determining measurable skill growth in adult education students. So what does this mean? The federal government that funds us to do adult education has these assessments. We provide these tests to students as part of their regular learning pathway to measure progress. And we have rigorous policies through which these tests are administered, and they are nationally approved. And so there are correlational studies that show where scores on these assessments are correlated to passing scores on the HiSET exam and the GED exam. And so since we are already using some of these, we want to be able to use them for high school equivalency purposes. Again, these passing scores on those assessments do correlate with both HiSET and GED. So we would like to add those assessments, as well as, this is very small, but we would like to bring the GED exam as another option. It is nationally recognized as a legitimate high school equivalency exam, just like the HiSET. In fact, prior to 2016, we did do the GED here in Tennessee. So our proposal is that we allow the following options. A student can pass the HiSET exam in its entirety, pass the GED exam in its entirety, or demonstrate competency in math, reading, writing, science, and social studies through completing one of the options that are listed there. And I won't go through each of those, but basically it adds cut scores for the TABE, CASAS, ACT Work Keys that I just laid out.
So I have a question.
Yes, sir.
So are you saying that they could pass the GED for math, they could pass the HiSET for reading, they could pass something else, another test for writing, et cetera. If they passed one of each one of those, then they would get their high school equivalency?
Yes, sir.
So do you have any, I know you're talking about their correlation studies that they're similar to equivalency, but do you have outcomes data, like people that go these routes? Do they actually get employed in mid to high wage jobs? I mean, are these jobs an honest assessment of their employability once they get into the market? I mean, I follow K-12, and just feel like we could do a better job in adult education, you know?
Yes, ma'am. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of research that disaggregates high school equivalency from regular high school diploma when it comes to workforce and wages outcomes. However, some preliminary studies we've done just within our department with our data suggest that folks who come through our program earn their high school equivalency 6 months after completion of that diploma are earning up to 16% more wages than prior to having earned the diploma. And a year later, they're earning up to 32% more in wages. And so
Yeah, but it could be from zero too, right? I mean, so how about attainment through community college, or are they going on to any sort of post-secondary, whether it's a, you know, are they attaining the credentials? Are they, you know, going through apprenticeships? I mean, what are they, like, are they building on their knowledge once they get out? Or is it basically they've got this high school equivalency degree, which we know, you know, the statistics show that you need a lot more than just even a high school diploma, right? So is this also opening up access to them to post-secondary in whatever format that could be? Like, what are their acceptance rates at the TCATs? Or, I mean, I just love to really dig in and just listen. It doesn't have, again, this is not here, my first meeting. I'm not trying to throw things under the bus or anything, but I'm just curious. Like, I just want to learn more about, like, what is the actual impact? Or, you know, or I don't want to create false narratives for adults either that think, you know, this is going to get them that job that they really feel they have the potential to achieve, but, you know, are they academically prepared, you know, at the higher literacy and math levels that they'll need to be, you know, to be able to continue on their pathway and not just get stuck in one, you know, wage level for the rest of their lives.
yeah, absolutely, Commissioner Reynolds. When we've surveyed students about why they're in our program, a strong majority are seeking post-secondary of some kind. And while I don't have that data on the actual like acceptance rate or matriculation of our learners, we do know that many do attend both TCATs, community colleges. Not many go into the four-year universities, but some. Well, we need to do better research of our own in this space. The fact of the matter still remains that without that credential, they can't even apply. They're not FAFSA eligible without that high school equivalency. And so while we do need to do more research, and again, all very good questions. We want many future opportunities for our learners. The first step is making sure that we unlock the door so that they can then go through to whatever their future opportunities might be.
I'll ask a little more fundamental question following on what the Commissioner said. So is in fact these credentials that they get truly high school equivalent? In other words, a person who gets one of these credentials if they were to go on, do they have the same basis as someone who's coming out of K through 12? And I know I had asked some questions with regard to passing scores. You know, 45% or 25% is passing. I understand all the psychometrics have been done, but is it truly, in our mind, a truly equivalent as a high school diploma?
The short answer is it depends, I think, Mr. Chairman, on what we're talking about. I mean, at the end of the day, these are assessments that someone can sit down for 8 hours and complete. And I don't know if that's a proxy for 12 years of sitting in K-12 classrooms, but as far as the knowledge and rigor of these assessments or the knowledge required to pass the assessments, we trust that the test publishers have done their normative studies. They've done random samples of graduating high school students to make their cut score determinations. And they've got good technical manuals, which are over my head in terms of all of the psychometrics that went into those. But we do trust that the rigor of these assessments and the knowledge required is equivalent to what a graduating high school senior has.
Because that might impact their post-secondary success. I will say this, my mother got her GED at age 47, and I remember how delighted she was and what it meant to her. So kudos to everybody who goes that route. But thank you.
Absolutely, thank you.
Yes, Vice Chair Cobbins.
One quick question. would be the typical path for someone who has dropped out or whatever the case may be to arrive at the opportunity to take this exam? You know, I know there are programs in schools and other things, but is there sort of an expected pathway to bring these folks to this opportunity?
Sure. We have coverage across the entire state of Tennessee in terms of where these programs are offered. And so we have currently 13 funded agencies, and then, oh, I'm sorry, we just did a big grant competition and I need to get the new number in my head. Ultimately, there's 21 agencies across the state. And we have outreach efforts from the state level and the local level to get the word out through different marketing endeavors to say, did you drop out of school? Do you need to finish your diploma? And then they give the contact information for that program. And whether it's someone who is a 17-year-old who maybe dropped out yesterday, or somebody who immigrated to the United States, didn't have their education here, or someone who dropped out 40 years ago, we have the whole spectrum of folks. And so outreach is always something we're seeking to improve upon because we want to get the word out. But again, we serve around 15,000 students per year with this program, and it does across the whole spectrum across the entire state.
I have a follow-up question, Mr. Eby.
Chair Hargrove.
Thank you. With regard to the agencies that are out in the field across the entire state, I'm familiar with several of those, and I know that they have a marketing challenge just in general. I've had an opportunity to work with one in particular in trying to better figure out how can we market everything that we do and all the services that we provide. So with regard to this, I know it's going to be another one of those opportunities and challenges, but in terms of making a determination once these individuals that are out in the field are trained and educated on these new opportunities, assuming they're approved by this board, how would one advisor determine which test an applicant would make? Because I'm sure that they're trying to guide them to get their equivalency diploma so that they can get a job, because so many employers require them. So how would they guide those individuals to a particular test?
We anticipate needing to do a lot of training with these local programs and their staff. But the short answer is all of these assessments are based in the same college and career readiness standards. And so the instructional materials that any given learner would be exposed to or taught in the classroom is going to be what they need to know. For math, reading, and writing, those competencies are going to be the same regardless of the assessment. And so really our goal is to just open up options for the learner. We don't want to necessarily put all the power in a local teacher either to say, you know, you have these 4 options, but here's one you have to do. And so what we want to empower our local teachers and program staff to understand is here's all the options, here's the I don't say pros and cons, but maybe just the differences in logistics of each. Here's how long this one takes, here's how much this one costs, and to give the learners the option of what makes the most sense for them.
So you see this happening in the K-12 space or at the workforce agencies across the state? Because I'm hearing you say the teachers. I'm thinking it's advisors. When someone walks into find employment and they go to the Department of Labor, and I cannot remember the name of the groups, workforce.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry. I see them being, and you can tell me if I'm wrong about that they're the ones who are actually going to have individuals who come before them. But I guess it could be a variety of spaces where these candidates are trying to say, how do I get my high school diploma or equivalency? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am, and that's and we'll get probably tomorrow's rule reading around this. We had some legislation that passed just this year to try to clarify some of this to address your question, where historically the terminology has been, how do I get my GED, or how do I get my high set? We now are really trying to change the vernacular to be high school equivalency credential or high school equivalency diploma. And so if someone comes to a local workforce agency and says, I don't have my diploma, or I don't have my GED, their next step would be, or the staff there would be to advise them to say, you want to earn your high school equivalency diploma, let me connect you with your local adult education program, and they can get you squared away.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Jensen.
Thank you. I'm grateful for the work that you're doing in the Department of Labor on this.
Thank you.
To me, this should be a very high priority for all of us. how many students do we have in K through 12? A million or so? And we have 430,000. I mean, that's a challenging number to me across the state, and I appreciate the work y'all are doing. I guess, and I don't expect an answer to this question, but it's really a question for all of us to think about. If we've got 430,000, I've heard as high as 500,000. We can debate the 70 somewhere, but do we have a robust plan that looks across the Department of Labor, the Department of Education? And I don't want to diminish at all what you're doing, but you're touching, you said 15,000, and that's wonderful, and that's great for that 15,000, but that only leaves a, if I could do my math, I didn't do well in math, but it tells me it's somewhere in the range of 415,000, or no, not even 425,000, that we need to, seems to me we need to put our heads together as a state and think about how we begin to approach that. And I'm familiar with, as most of you probably are, with the Excel schools that Goodwill's doing. It's my understanding that Excel has been turned down twice in Nashville. I don't know if that's the truth, but that's what I've heard. Daryl and I are from Memphis, and the Memphis Shelby County Schools just approved the expansion of the existing Excel, which I think they've had 500 maybe graduates in that, to do 2 more. And I've been thinking about this for a long time, and I was aware of Indianapolis, which I said, well, they've got 10 in Indianapolis, and somebody quickly corrected me and said, no, they have 18. And this is a more rhetorical question at this moment, not necessarily for you, but how do we, as a leadership body, think about this other 400,000+ people that are sitting there without hope, and I know I've been through the Excel school in Memphis, and it is so encouraging to walk through there, and they have recently, I understand, lowered the entry to 17. So I just want us to think about that as our part of our responsibility, but it seems to me we got to get everybody in the room and figure out how we get together and come up with a robust solution to address the balance of those people that deserve an opportunity. And, this state is big and long and got a lot of border states, and I think more than anybody else, and this is maybe too much of a dream, but are we thinking about the border states? I mean, our economy in Memphis is a 3-state economy, and we've got, demand for jobs like we've never had. And so again, I'm a little bit on my pulpit, I suppose, but I just would really like for us to figure out how to get the Department of Labor in a room, the DOE, whoever else needs to be there to look at adult education, and what legislation do we need to get those barriers down so that we can think about the kids. These aren't kids, these are adults, and who need and deserve an opportunity. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Excellent point, Mr. Jensen, and sounds like a good op-ed.
Well, selfishly, I was on the board in Austin, of the Excel Center in Austin, so this is also very dear to my heart. Would love to really, again, think about how we can combine our resources and our knowledge, right, to really push outcomes for adults too, because like you said, I mean, right now, Blue Oval City, they're hiring this month, and high school equivalency exam ain't gonna cut it for many of those positions. So, anyway.
Again, thank you for your efforts on this. I'll pass the collection plate for Pastor Jensen over here. But as you talk through this, the most prevalent thought in my mind was about outreach, and that will be the key to success on this. And when you mentioned that you're working through 20 some odd agencies across the state, just jumped out at me that to attack 433,000. We need a bigger army. And so, to whatever extent, as a part of your potential rollout on this, if we can think more broadly, and I know Mr. Jensen referenced the plan, but definitely the outreach piece of it, so that we can, impact and touch as many people as possible. And I'll tell you, as it relates to special needs programs, there was some great initiatives that were rolled out a number of years ago. And when I asked a year later about outreach and how it was going, I kind of got a deer in the headlights look. And so to me, we can come up with the grandest of ideas. And I'm assuming the question that I asked about that has been handled and progressed, but we can come up with the grandest of ideas, but we have to make sure that it's getting, at the grassroots level and reaching the people that it needs to reach. So whether that's more agencies, whether that's pushing the agencies to expand their partnerships and their reach, in addition to everything else that's happening, I really wanted to emphasize that because I think we all agree that this could help a lot of people.
I agree, sir, and if I may follow up on that. Just this spring, we did a new grant competition to try to seek more agencies. I had said earlier we had 13, and that was the case. And 13 is even fewer than 21 by a long shot. So while 21 is not enough, we have expanded the fold of local service agencies. And Goodwill Excel Center in Memphis actually just got a grant from us. And so we've noticed their good work and are partnering with them with some state funds to further this work as well. So I absolutely could not agree more, and will continue to push in the outreach space.
One other question, talking Mr. Jensen's comment about state, bordering states. Are our high school equivalency test credentials recognized in other states?
Yes, sir. So the credential that a person receives is a state of Tennessee high school equivalency diploma. And that is with the state seal on it, the governor's signature on it, and that is recognized across the nation.
Thank you.
I think I only had one slide left, which I'll just end on, just around test administration, just to make sure you're aware we're doing our due diligence around the reliability and test security. All tests are administered in accordance with policies from our department and the test publisher's requirements, and we make sure that our test administrators complete required training and adhere to required policies and procedures. We want to make sure that it's a good, solid testing experience for our students. And that is it for me. So again, I appreciate the opportunity. I appreciate your consideration for these expanded options for adult learners. I would be happy to take any additional questions, and I will also be back tomorrow.
Any other questions for Mr. Baker? We do thank you for the work that you're doing, and it's very important, and appreciate the collaboration and the partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Next item is ESSA plan engagement. Ms. Debbie Thompson.
Good morning, members of the board. I am Debbie Thompson, Assistant Commissioner of Federal Programs and Oversight at the Tennessee Department of Education. Today, I'm going to provide an update on the department's engagement up to this point on our ESSA state plan amendment. We at the Tennessee Department of Education ground our work in our strategic plan, Best for All. And today, during this presentation, you're going to see that direct correlation of our strategic plan's priorities of academics, student readiness, and educators on that correlation directly to this ESSA state plan amendment. So during today's meeting, I'm going to inform and discuss a little bit with you about the ESSA state plan overview, give you the history, the purpose, the timeline. We're going to talk a little bit about our working groups, who were involved in this process, as well as the feedback they provided with us. We're going to talk about the three major categories of the revision to the ESSA state plan. And we're going to end talking a little bit about the engagement opportunities and next steps for Tennesseans across our state. So first and foremost, I think it's important to start with the basic and explain a little bit exactly what the S State Plan is and why it's important to the educational landscape of our state. The S State Plan is a requirement that each state develops a comprehensive plan that generates educational funding for the state of Tennessee. We receive around $500 million annually. It's a misconception that this plan is a budget, but it is not. The plan is actually a requirement, but also an opportunity for our state to build on the department's division to ensure that all students are set on a path for success. The plan focuses on equity and expanding opportunities for each Tennessee student by ensuring ESEA requirements are met for each of the programs. So exactly which federal programs are included in the ESEA state plan? First, the Title I, Part A, Improving Basic Program Operations by LEAs. This program provides financial assistance to local educational agencies in schools with high percentages of students who are from low-income families. This program ensures all students have an opportunity to meet challenging state academic standards. Title I, Part C, Education of Migratory Students. This program helps ensure that migrant students who move across state lines are not penalized by differences in curriculum, graduation requirements, and challenging state academic standards. Title I, Part D, Prevention Intervention Programs for children and youth who are in neglected, delinquent, or at risk. This program's purpose is to improve educational services for children and youth in institutions who are neglected or delinquent to ensure that they have the opportunity to meet the same standards and fulfill graduation requirements. Title II, Part A, Supporting Effective Instruction. The purpose of this grant is to improve the quality and effectiveness of teachers, school leaders, as well as central office staff. Title III, Part A, English Language Acquisition, Language Enhancement, and Academic Achievement. This federal program aims to ensure that English learners and immigrant students attain English proficiency and develop high levels of academic achievement throughout their education. Title IV, Part A, Student Support and Academic Enrichment Grants. This grant may be used to provide educators, school leaders, administrators with the professional learning tools, devices, and resources to provide personal learning, as well as discover, adapt, and share high-quality resources. Title IV, Part B, 21st Century Community Learning Student Centers. This grant provides federal funds to establish or expand community learning centers. These centers provide students with the opportunity for academic enrichment, youth development, and family support during non-school hours. Title V, Part B. This grant provides additional funds for rural local education agencies with large concentration of students from low-income families. And the McKinney-Vento Homeless Assistance Act. This grant provides educational funding for students who are experiencing homelessness. So many of you may remember that we created our original SS State Plan in 2016 and 17 with multiple stakeholder groups to align with the passage of ESSA at the federal level. Our last revised, approved ESSA State Plan was submitted in 2018. The department did submit a recent revision that focused solely on accountability in July of 2023. We are currently working with the U.S. Department of Education, awaiting feedback on that submitted amendment. So what additional components are included in the ESSA state plan? The ESSA state plan also contains sections on school accountability, assessment, long-term goals, supports for educators, equitable access for all students, equitable access for educators, supports for low-performing schools, and supports for individual student groups. So many of you may be wondering, why are we embarking on a full amendment to our ESSA state plan? There are really 3 reasons why we at the agency decided that the time is now. First, the ESSA state plan needs to evolve as our needs across our state evolve. Tennessee's ESSA state plan was first written before the pandemic. We all know the needs of our students and the needs of the educational system in the state have changed. It gives us an opportunity to align more clearly with our current strategic plan, priorities, and needs of our students and stakeholders. The consolidated monitoring by the U.S. Department of Education in the spring of 2021 yielded several findings related to our state plan. To meet the requirements, we must mitigate and follow up with ED to submit the amendment to our current state plan. And to ensure that we're capturing all the exciting initiatives and rollouts across our state. I know later today, Deputy Commissioner Sam Piercy will be talking a little bit about TISA, our new state funding formula for the first time in 3 decades. So we are embarking on a rigorous and very quick timeline at the agency to ensure that we are submitting our ESSA state plan to mitigate and ensure we are capturing exactly what needs to be done for our students. This summer, we kicked off the engagement with groups, asking for their input on exactly what needed to change. Throughout June and July, we hosted working group members and engaged with different stakeholder groups. In August, starting today, we will be sharing initial proposed language with stakeholders for feedback. In the late fall, we will be drafting as well as sharing again with state leadership members about the proposed changes that we'll be submitting to the U.S. Department of Education. And then in November, we plan to submit our final amendment to the U.S. Department of Education. It's important to note that we have been a very collaborative partner with ED, and we continue to have check-ins with them on a monthly basis to ensure that we are meeting their streamlined approach for approval. So as mentioned previously, we did start first by engaging with a diverse set of working group members for their feedback on the changes that needed to be made. So we entered into a 6-week period, ensuring that we had an opportunity to host virtual and in-person meetings with members of assigned working groups. During this 6-week period, we had over 26 engagement opportunities. We had those again in person and virtually. We had participation from over 73 diverse stakeholders. These stakeholders included members of the General Assembly, senior department leaders, directors of schools, LEA representatives, parents, and Tennesseans. During these meetings, some of the major aha moments that we compiled included more conversation needing to be around this needs improvement and accountability system. Some more clarification for stakeholders around the intersection of the identification and intervention of schools in need of improvement within our accountability system. Understanding the complexities in the accountability rating system and not all expectations for the multiple ways to meet those indicators are rigorous. Attention was given to providing resources and support to districts, but very little attention was given to how the state would course correct. So no checks and balances to make sure that what we were doing was the right grain size and that we were doing what was best for stakeholders. And the final aha moment was around lack of pathways for subgroups, needing multiple ways for large school districts. During those engagement meetings, we also heard a lot of conversations. 4 of the main common themes that came out of those conversations included adding a new test at the 11th grade level may not be ideal, but we are already putting a lot of weight on ACT, but I would prefer that an optional test be added. That we want more collaboration and we want to think through things a little differently around the college-bound engineers so they have the same hands-on experience. Supports for our English learner population. One conversation focused on the ESL supervisors across the state and ensuring that our ESL population, which has increased, has the support that's needed. And a final conversation theme that was prevalent was around ensuring that students are mobile and making sure that we are using achievement measures that have very different baselines but take into consideration each student's characteristics.
I have a question, if that's okay.
Yep.
Going back to that first bullet, adding a new test on 11th grade is not ideal. We're already putting a lot of weight on ACT. I may be wrong, but I was thinking that ESSA did not want us to use the ACT exam or something. Is that correct?
So I am going to defer to Commissioner Reynolds on that. But from my understanding, again, these were just conversations that we were having in our working group. So these were not the outcomes, Chairman, but these were just conversations that we heard from Tennesseans.
I mean, states are using ACT.
Yeah.
The problem is the cut scores are so low. There's issues there.
Okay.
Yeah.
But great clarification question. I think it's important to know that, you know, when you ask folks to sit on working groups, sometimes you hear a lot of great feedback, but all of it's not always something that you can implement.
I understand. Thank you.
Yep. Great question. Thanks. So one common theme, and Chairman spoke a little bit about that just now, was around that conversation around assessment and accountability. So we heard very loud and clear from members of working groups that they wanted more conversation on assessment and accountability and what that looks like in our state. The feedback stressed the need to focus on providing meaningful and understandable information that supports families and decision makers, that our stakeholders wanted more communications, conversations, a deeper discussion around A through F letter grades, an interest in exploring potential components of the calculation, including proficiency, growth, and student readiness. So as an agency, our response is going to be that we are going to kick off a statewide engagement campaign. We are going to go out to hear from Tennesseans and talk to them about additional input from stakeholders on these 2 topics in particular. So as I mentioned, there are a few revisions that are needed for those 3 main reasons. And so I am going to shift a little bit to talk about those proposed revisions to the ESSA state plan. So after conducting those 26 meetings, the working group leads were able to categorize the proposed revisions into 3 main categories. The first category is substantial revision made to ensure alignment with programmatic requirements for funding. These requirements had to be met to ensure that we continue to receive federal funds. Some of the responses were outdated and did not reflect initiatives supporting the requirements across our state. The second category was substantial revisions made without compliance issues. These revisions aim to align Tennessee's SSA plan with the current implementation and technical assistance strategies of the department. The third category is around non-substantial or minor revisions made. These revisions seek to provide updated data and outline how the department supports LEAs via programmatic resources, technical guides, or data management systems. The third category will not be covered in today's presentation, but more than happy to provide additional information on that category. As I mentioned previously as well, we did submit a revision in July that covered those accountability and assessment revisions that were needed. And so you'll see in the remainder of the slides that we do not cover those revisions since those were shared with you all in December. Proposed revisions under Title I, Part A to assure alignment with program requirements for funding. There were 3 questions that we needed to revise. The first question was on more rigorous interventions. The summary of revision there was that we really wanted to take an opportunity to update our framework from the Alpha, Beta, Delta track to the current framework for school improvement. Resource allocation review. This section of the plan underwent a revision to align exactly the current implementation strategy to meet this federal requirement. For technical assistance to LEAs that receive Title I funds, the department revised our response to align with current technical assistance strategies by teams across the agency. Proposed changes for Title I Part C to ensure alignment with program requirements. The first question, supporting needs of migratory students. We revised our response to reflect changes in the structure of the program, changes to services provided to migratory students, the update schedule for the required CNA, and state delivery plan. And something real exciting that we did in this program is that we actually gave more power to LEAs by, instead of having a contractor provide all services to migratory students, now districts are receiving a portion of their allocation to braid and provide additional opportunities with state-led initiatives. The second question that needed revision in this section was around the coordination of services. This response was revised to reflect changes in the processing of the federal requirement of that COE and how our contractor conducts interviews of students. We did make a change in how we use our funds, as mentioned earlier, to ensure districts have additional flexibility in how they spend their funds. Again, ensuring they have an opportunity to braid and blend their funds with other state and federal funds for students. Title III Part A, substantial revisions, really focused on aligning to the Tennessee State Board Education Rule. So there were 3 main areas that needed significant revision. The first is around that exit and entrance and exit procedures. So we made those recommendations and changes to ensure that we were aligned to the Tennessee State Board of Education rule, as well as making sure that we had everything documented from the state standpoint on entrance and exit procedures. Providing additional clean response around SEA supports for English learner progress. We did revise this response as well to reflect the changes from the state policy to state rule, and updated all the supports that the LEAs were receiving from the agency. The third revision in this section really focused on that monitoring and technical assistance piece, and we did revise that response to ensure that we reflected updated technical assistance as well as monitoring that we provide LEAs. So that second category that was mentioned earlier of revisions was around that substantial revision made without compliance issues. But these revisions were made because they did not necessarily reflect current initiatives in place by the SEA. In Title I, Part A, the main focus of challenging state academic standards and assessment. This response was revised to align with the current implementation strategy as well as a focus on early literacy. The disproportionate rate in access to educators. This response was revised to align with current implementation as well as a focus in shifts in licensing, EPP, and grow your own programs. School transitions. This response was revised to align with new work-based learning opportunities, career exploration, and a streamlined data tracking system. Title I, Part D provides objectives and outcomes, really minor addition to the state plan around student individual learning plans and multiple career options. In the federal grant program Title II Part A, 6 rule focused questions that needed revision and streamlining to current initiatives by the agency. The use of funds. This response was aligned to ensure that we are capturing all the work to support our educators, all of our PLCs, as well as our working groups. The use of funds to improve equitable access to teachers in Title I Part A schools. The response was revised to align with the current implementation, also to ensure that we were including our private school partners. In the area of system of certification and licensing, the responses were revised to shift and ensure that we had updated in our state plan the requirements of licensing as well as the use of TN Compass, the Tennessee Literacy Act. In the area of improving the skills of educator, this response was revised to include more robust explanations of how we use our leader networks, team, and TASL. In data and consultation, this response was revised to include a narrative overview of data systems. And then our final question for Title II Part A was around teacher prep. This response was revised to focus on EPP, requirements, and systems in place to report on teacher prep. So as I mentioned earlier, our first engagement was really with our working groups, going out to Tennesseans who have expertise in these areas, asking them for their input, and making sure that we were capturing the initiatives of the agency. I'm now going to talk a little bit about some upcoming engagement opportunities for directors of schools as well as federal directors of programs in LEAs. So first and foremost, we will be kicking off with going out in the field and speaking with our directors of schools and getting their input on these changes to our SS State plan. We also will be inviting members of LEA's federal program staff at our 2023 Federal Programs Institute in Nashville to reflect and provide feedback as well. We'll also be sending out information to Tennesseans and giving them an opportunity to weigh in person as well as virtual opportunities.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry.
Yes, Chair Hargrove.
I just wanted to ask for clarification because I do not see Upper Cumberland listed as one of the regions that will be receiving the engagement opportunity. Is that just an oversight or is there?
Yeah, this only addresses 5 of the 8, so I had
Yep.
to
So
say.
great question. Thank you. And when we compiled these, they were still working with the transition back to school, and some of them had not set their schedules yet, but we do anticipate attending each and every one of them. They're all on our calendars, and I can resubmit those dates to you.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Morrison.
Thanks, Debbie.
Uh-huh.
Just going back to your timeline, I think it was slide 10. Can you clarify, because I know the board will be interested in knowing when this will be coming back to us, ahead of the federal approval, and I'm assuming that's kind of late fall when you mentioned shared with state leadership, but if you could just help us with the context around our next steps in terms of review with you.
So we would love to have the opportunity to come back and tell you exactly what we heard from Tennesseans, from those directors of schools, those federal programs directors, as well as parents, teachers, and community members. We would be welcome to share that with you all at your next board meeting. I think it's in October.
It's early November.
Okay,
but yeah,
November.
close.
Yep. So we can definitely get that back to you. We are anticipating on submitting this in November toward the end.
And this is always tricky. We had the same
Yep.
issue in February because the
Yep.
board is technically, I'm looking at Angie, required to approve it. So if we need to do a special called meeting or something
Yep.
like that, we just need to make sure we're
Okay.
planning.
Thank you, Sarah.
Sure.
And you said you'd been working with USED, so we submitted something in July, basically, for their review. And I assume that's for the funding, to meet the funding requirements, the shortfalls that we had last year. Then this new submission is November. Does USED know we're submitting this, or?
Yes, sir. They do, and it is part of that mitigation again for us to close out that 2021.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr. Jensen.
I had one question and then, actually 2 questions. On our staff reviewing this, when does that occur?
So it
Before
will.
it comes back to us for approval, when does our staff work through that with you so that when we do come back and you're asking for approval, we can say, yes, we've reviewed it and our staff concurs? Or doesn't?
We could get that to you whichever timeline, Mr. Chairman, is best for your staff. We could potentially have it to you 2 weeks prior to the meeting, and if we wanted to have a virtual engagement opportunity, or we could come in person. And
Yeah, I think
talk
there's
through.
a requirement
Yep.
for the information to come to
Yep.
the state board a couple of weeks ahead of
Yep.
time to provide the staff ample time to review it and then for us to review it. So as long as we meet those
Yep.
schedules, we're good.
Look, just point of clarification, this board is required to approve this before it goes forward, is that correct? Is that my understanding?
Ms. Sanders?
Angie Sanders, General Counsel for the board. That if we are changing the performance goals and measures that roll into the Tennessee accountability system, then yes, the law requires that the board approve any changes to the accountability system.
And that's prior to submission, right? Okay. I did have one, I need clarification or an answer.
Yes.
What is please define for me a migratory student?
Sure.
Is that you go ahead.
Yeah.
Thank
So a migratory student is a student whose family moves
Okay.
for economic reasons. So they may work in the agriculture industry, or they may work in fishery, and they may move continuously. And they do have special provisions under federal law.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
No worries.
Are you done, or is
Yep,
there more?
I'm done.
Other questions for Ms. Thompson?
Move this for them.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is our lunch break, and we have the lunch break set so that will allow those not on the state board membership or staff to be able to go out and have a lunch and then come back in time. The state board staff, I think, have boxes back there, so I don't think we can reconvene early just because of the telecasting of the meeting, so we will reconvene at 1 o'clock. Any other questions or comments before we do? All right, let's take a break. Next item on the agenda is TISA implementation updates. Mr. Sam Pearson. Where's Mr. Cobbins?
Good afternoon. Sam Piercy, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Education. Good to see everyone again. Nice to be back on this side. Appreciate the time. We wanted to take a minute and give you an update on implementation of TISA, just where we are here in the summer. We have kind of gotten through the original first initial allocations of TISA and are turning our attention. So we wanted to give you an update on where that stands, what we've done to date. The highlight that we'll talk about first and foremost are the allocations themselves. I want to be clear with you all about what the process has looked like over the last 6 months, working through that, what districts have seen in terms of the grain size of their data, how that has been operationalized back and forth in terms of allocation letters, all of those pieces. Then we'll briefly touch on TISA resources. These were a couple of elements that were required in law for the department to release by July 1 of this year. And then we'll talk about implementation next steps. So I also want to be sure that we are being fully transparent about what's next on the docket. What do we have in motion around the TISA piece in the coming weeks and months? And then finally, we'll touch on transparency and accountability as districts start to think about what are all the reporting requirements and things like that that go along with TISA. This is really small, so I'm going to spare you guys some of these details and just highlight a few things from this. We started releasing data associated with TISA allocations beginning from the January reporting deadline. So we had a January 15th reporting deadline that captured essentially the first half of the school year, and we used that data and started reflecting it back to districts. We did it then every month throughout the entire spring. Once the governor's proposed budget was released, we tacked onto those data files preliminary allocations as well, recognizing that those had to be approved through the General Assembly's appropriation process. But that means from February, March, April, May, districts were seeing all of their data reflected back to them that was being used in the TISA funding formula alongside the dollars they were expected to receive. Final allocations were released to districts on July 7th. In terms of the data, this is where everything gets really small. I promise we did it in bigger font when we sent it out to districts. You had basically a letter that went out that included the highlights, the TISA calculator, which we'll look at in a minute, what the state versus local share looked like, and then kind of this is what your TISA allocation is overall. But it was accompanied with a data workbook. When we say that TISA is a student-generated formula, that workbook rolled up student-level data. That means for each indicator, every funding line of TISA, you could see the student ID that went into it and how much of the average daily membership they reported for that student for every reporting period throughout the year. So we have 9 reporting periods, each capturing 20 days. We showed that data back to districts. Bar none, that is more data than we've ever reflected back as part of a funding activity to districts. And I will talk about this in a minute, but the value proposition of doing that was immense and I think led to a better product overall.
Maybe we'll get to this later, but if you had that data, then could the parents go into the district data and find what their student generated or not?
So yes, parents could use the calculator that's available publicly online and plug in their own student attributes. In terms of pulling it out of the district file, obviously it includes every kid in the district, but data privacy stuff aside, yes, a parent who knows the student attributes can plug it into the TISA calculator and generate what funding their student would create under the formula. The last piece that I'll note here was a topic that has been brought up to this group before as well, but we also released those data files to public charter school authorizers and schools/operators. So they were also receiving a level of data back to them about how their funding operates that they have not received historically. That led to a lot more robust conversations happening between us, between charter schools, between authorizing LEAs, but I think, again, productive in the way that that played out. also really hard to see here, but you have this data file. This is what the TISA calculator looked like. This is the same information we've been sharing since TISA was under consideration in the legislative session a couple years back. So for consistency, this is what it has looked like. This is the same thing districts received. This is the same thing that charter schools and their authorizers received. You will see in there, this is the state roll-up. The value of the base at the 6860, the values of the weights that are defined in law for each of the weight categories and the unique learning needs, and the direct funding lines, outcomes to be determined. That dollar figure is correct. That is what was appropriated, but awarding out of outcomes is on lag data, so that will come later this fall. You can also see all of the student values. So if you have a question about just how many students qualified under concentrated poverty, it was just about 650,000 kids across the state are enrolled in a school that has 40% or higher poverty rates. So you can kind of get that sense from this overall picture. A few highlights on the process steps here. Again, I mentioned this earlier, but what I would say to the board members is that the value of going back and forth with districts about this data, especially on the first round of TISA allocations, has been very productive. I think we found out better ways to reflect data back to districts. We found out what other reports they may want to see to better analyze their data. And we were able to get very clear about the source of all of this data, right? This is information submitted by districts into the state system of record. Here's how we're reflecting it back to you. What questions do you have? I think that robust data conversation happening from January forward bolstered everyone's understanding, not just of how TISA works, but of how education data operates in the state. As mentioned before, I would also just flag that I think the benefit in the charter space conversation has also been immense. I do not think that charter schools have necessarily had this line of sight into how their funding has worked historically under the BEP, in part because it was just an average per pupil. So being able to reflect this data back to them has also been useful. A few highlights on the outputs that I would just bring to the board's attention. First and foremost, we were within 0.14% of our estimated allocations from spring 2022. So on an $8.8 billion funding formula, we're pretty happy about that. We were within budget, we planned well, planned accordingly. Lots of things under the hood of that, I want to be clear, but 0.14% of our statewide TISA calculator totals that you just saw, that's how close we were to what we had estimated back in the spring of 22 when this legislation was under consideration. The second piece is that the TISA allocations did not drive up for FY24 any district's local contribution amount above their maintenance of effort. So to translate what that means for a district and a local funding entity, it means that the shift from BEP to TISA did not create an upwards pressure on local tax bases. That was a high priority for the governor and the administration, as well as legislators as they were considering TISA, and excited to say that's exactly how it played out. A few additional notes around support funding and appeals. The TISA law included a provision that would allow transition funding if any district was to receive less dollars under TISA than they did under the BEP in the prior year. Ultimately, we had 8 districts qualify for that hold harmless funding. 5 of them were districts that we had projected a year earlier would fall into that category. And again, this is largely because of a small district size, generally a homogeneous student population, and or, in most of these cases, a declining student enrollment over time. So 5 districts are ones that we had projected previously. 1 district jumped on the list because they closed a statewide virtual school, and that led to a significant decline in student enrollment for the district. And then 2 others were kind of in this category of small districts that also were experiencing declining enrollment. 4 districts filed for appeals. I am proud and happy to say on this part that these were not appeals filed about inaccuracies in the TISA calculation. The first 2 were about the 2023 BEP allocations that served as that baseline comparison piece. And all 4 of these appeals were granted. Those first two, again, about the BEP allocations in 2023, dealt with districts who had shared services across district lines. So districts who use transportation provided by a different county system, things like that. The other two were data issues as submitted by districts. So in the 9th reporting period at the end of the year, districts identified that they had inaccurately submitted a big chunk of data and were granted the opportunity to go back and correct that information.
Can I ask you to
Yes,
go
sir.
back up one slide and one question, and I apologize, I forgot. What's the difference between economically disadvantaged and concentrated poverty?
Yes, sir. So economically disadvantaged is a student level indicator, and it's associated with the student being identified for direct certification, usually through SNAP or TANF benefits provided by DHS. They may also be in a categorically eligible group, meaning that they are foster, migrant students, to the question posed earlier, unaccompanied youth, and I'm forgetting homeless. Thank you. Those categories are all used to identify students as economically disadvantaged. Those are the same categories that were used for the BEP formula as well. So there has not been a change on that piece. Concentrated poverty applies to the school in which a student attends. So if there is a 40% or higher poverty rate in the school, then all students in that school qualify for the concentrated poverty rate.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. So talking a little bit about the resources required in law, and I will probably jump a little bit between slides here. The first and probably most concrete one is the TISA guide. We, in both the legislation around TISA as well as a significant amount of public comment that led to the TISA rule development that you all heard, touched on a lot of kind of granular pieces that didn't fit in a rule, but needed to be out there to help ensure that the field understands how TISA actually operates. Most of those nuts and bolts fundamentals fall into the TISA guide. We used the same outline that we have been using consistently to develop the TISA rule so that people can kind of crosswalk the law, the rule, and the TISA guide. But if you're kind of zooming out here, the TISA guide is really about not just what is TISA, but how does it operate. So really for those district stakeholders and others who are going to be delving into the nuts and bolts. At a little bit higher level, we created the TISA training series. So these are 10 to 15 minute modules that are available publicly on our website and cover some of those key elements of TISA and how they operate. Again, the goal on these was to zoom out a little bit and talk about the how of what TISA is, more so than all these nuts and bolts that you may need to know if you are, say, a finance director within a district. The list of available modules is up there, but what I will also note is that we created quick guide documents that are generally 1 to 2 pages to accompany each module, so that after watching this, you can take away sort of the key points as well. I will note for both the TISA guide and the professional development training series, these are living resources. We intend to continue to update them. We continue to want to add additional modules based on stakeholder feedback and requests. So know that more are under development, and we expect to continue that work moving forward as the field continues to engage with TISA overall. Again, small stuff, so I'll give you the highlights here. We didn't just want to stop at what is available online and what is available via this TISA guide. There has been a significant amount of engagement face-to-face about TISA. And so these are just some of the highlights named from the last 6 months and looking ahead for the next 6 months. But I want to be clear that we are taking time to be in front of superintendents directly, finance directors, data and attendance supervisors, school board members, interacting with all of those people face-to-face and giving them the opportunity to ask questions about TISA is both a necessary engagement to ensure the field understands this formula, but also a proper feedback loop for us as we continue to refine resources and supports around the formula. And then, of course, we have some ongoing supports listed at the bottom, lots of direct technical assistance calls with districts. We have a TISA steering committee that provides sort of ongoing feedback to the department, and then finance director office hours led by our chief financial officer, Marian Dursky, back here. Implementation next steps. So two big things in the TISA rule space that I would like to highlight for the board. The first is outcome rules revision. This is one that has come before you already and received a positive recommendation, but just noting that is continuing to work through the rule promulgation process. So we still have the final steps of the Attorney General's office review on that, as well as the Secretary of State's posting period. The CTE rule revision, this is the work of some engagement groups throughout the spring, and we have drafted that rule revision. That has been filed with Secretary of State's office, and so that will work through that process. Once we do a public hearing and incorporate public comment, and I hope engage with each of you in more detail, we will bring that to the state board for a recommendation at that point in time. So I just want to note that when we filed the original TISA rules with this group, we had a briefing meeting to sort of explain and walk through those. We went out for public comment, the public hearing, and then we brought back the final product for you. That's the pattern of events that we will do with the CTE rule revision as well. Yes, sir.
So on this CTE, you got the high wage, high demand, and high skill. Are those statewide, or are they localized? In other words, high wage or high demand within that local area, or is it across the state?
It's a great question. So it's pulling from Department of Labor data that's looking statewide. The in demand does have some regional considerations in it, but this was a big push during the engagement session, so I appreciate the question. One of the things that we have been grappling with in the CTE rule revision is this debate about a statewide funding formula and what that can incentivize, and how to meet the fact that you also then have additional regional differences. The two pieces that I think I would flag for the board on this topic is, one, we still have the comprehensive local needs assessment associated with Perkins dollars, and we have an opportunity to be a little more intentional about that direction if you know what the TISA funding formula is focused on. The second piece that we've also considered in this space is tackling what happens with emerging industries. So, you know, our partners at Department of Labor have been great and wonderful. A lot of the data lags a year or two behind, and that's a real struggle when you're trying to ramp up to support a new industry coming to your community. So we are also under consideration about how we might redirect some of our Perkins Reserve grant dollars to meet that need, so that we're trying to cover the full spectrum, but not just looking at one source independently.
Mr. Chair. A couple of questions related to outcomes.
Yes, sir.
How do you measure, is there any correlation between funding and outcomes? In other words, for example, in middle schools, we've seen chronic absenteeism, and at the end of the year, how is that measured, so that if you're sitting with 25% chronic absenteeism across a whole school year, how does that impact the TISA funding?
It's a great question. So the TISA funding sets aside a specific line for outcomes. The outcome goals and metrics are set in collaboration with an outcomes review committee that works on this stuff throughout the year and helps provide feedback and informant. Members of that are kind of listed out. I'm happy to share that with you all. The goals that have been set for TISA funding outcomes, so just to separate a little bit, some of the questions about like chronic absenteeism is not in the TISA outcomes proposal for the 22-23 year that we will award out here this fall. The outcomes that are listed in the rule as revised and still under rule promulgation, I think Christy Ballard would appreciate me framing it that way, involve for elementary school, it's looking at English language arts proficiency in 3rd grade and or growth for students who didn't reach that proficiency mark between 3rd and 4th grade. For middle school, it's looking at 8th grade TCAP results for both math and English about reaching proficiency. If you didn't hit that bar, growth from 7th to 8th grade on your English and math TCAP scores. And then in high school, the proposed rule revision focuses a little bit more on attainment of steps that help prepare you for your post-secondary life. It includes a focus on looking at EPSOs, but more specifically in that early post-secondary opportunity space, not just whether or not you participated in an AP class or a dual enrollment class, but did you actually attain the credits associated with it after? So that may be meaning that you passed the test for an AP exam, for example, or earned the clock hour credits associated with time in dual enrollment. So that is kind of the structure of the outcomes and why it's all on a lag timeline. It's actually that next piece up there too. So those are due to be paid out in law by December. And so we are analyzing the data for elementary and middle school now and working on high school, as it will require a little bit more data collection too.
Let me add, I'm not always real quick on things, but we were in Waverly County 3 months ago, and we had the superintendents from a good part of West Tennessee in there. And one of the superintendents stood up and he said, I've got 4,000 students in my district, and I got a 25% chronic absenteeism. If he's sitting at his desk at the end of the year, how is he going to look at the TISA funding? Does he get 3/4 of it? Or I know these are chronic absenteeism could be over a lot of students. It's not 25% of the students, but how is that superintendent going to think about that? And then he added at the end of his statement, he said, and part of our problem is we've got the resources in the school to help, but we're struggling with the parents to get them to get their kids to school. So I guess that's just a comment about that. But my question is, how is that superintendent or whoever going to look at chronic absenteeism and truancy in terms of his funding, his or her funding for the next year?
Yes, sir. Thank you for the clarification. So nothing in the funding formula actually considers attendance. This was also true generally of the BEP. Average daily membership, which is the kind of most finite grain size we operate with, is about enrollment and being assigned to a class. It's not whether or not the student has attended some amount. So whether or not your students have chronic absenteeism rates at a certain level does not impact your funding under TISA.
So just for clarity, his 4,000 is his 4,000.
Yes, sir.
It could affect the outcomes, though, obviously, if they're not in school, so.
Yes, sir. So to just kind of continue that thread, outcomes funding is one of our next steps. Will come late this fall. Again, most of that is all lag indicator data. The other question we've received a lot is, when do we get fast growth payments? As a reminder, the legislation included 2 different components of fast growth funds. Student stipends, which means that your student population is higher in this year you were serving kids than it was in what you were funded for, above a 1.25% threshold that is set in law. And so those stipends will start going out in October. And they go out 5 times per year, including a true-up at the end of the year. The infrastructure stipends look at whether or not a district has student population growth over the course of 3 years in excess of 2% growth year over year. If a district does, then they qualify for infrastructure stipends. The piece that I think we want to be clear about is that the law also requires us to pay out all of the student stipend fast growth funds. Going to get tripped up on these words, before we pay out the infrastructure stipends. So $35 million was appropriated for fast growth funds. We must first pay out all student stipends in the course of the year before we pay out infrastructure stipends. So it will be June 30th, beginning of July of this coming year before we pay out the first round of infrastructure stipends, because that's when we will have paid out the final true-ups for all student fast growth stipends. Shifting topics just a little bit, and I won't spend too much time on this, but want to be just open about some of the things that we're working on at the department. A lot of our districts are now shifting their attention to, what does this look like for reporting purposes? What all do we have to say? What all do we need to capture differently? How do we work through those pieces? I think thinking about the end in mind of what this group would want to be aware of is that we have some additions that will be going on the state report card related to TISA allocations and how districts are making expenditures against those over time. As a reminder, TISA is a funding plan, not a spending plan, but bringing transparency to that conversation is the goal of what is happening with the TISA calculator, as well as the comparison tool, allowing districts and stakeholders to look across district lines so they understand how various facets of district operations and outcomes compare. The last piece that I'll share on this is one that is underway right now and slated to be released later next week. And that is the accountability report. So the law has a provision requiring all districts to file an accountability report with the state, outlining their direction towards achieving 70% proficient on the third grade ELA TCAP. The second half of that report also focuses on how your budget did or did not help you in achieving those goals. So that part will come a year after, right after 1 year of TISA allocations are being sent out. But this is something that districts will start working on here this fall. It is required to be publicly posted before being submitted to the department, and then we will work to pull those all together as well. I think that's it. Any questions that I could field for the board?
Thank you, Dr. Piercy. Questions? I have one. What kind of input have you received from the districts with regard to the implementation so far?
So I would say, you know, all of that will get shadowed and tempered by the dollar figures, right? So I'm just going to own that on the front end. But I think overall, we've had a very positive experience on the allocation implementation. So we're kind of thinking about this in the allocation work that happens, and the professional development and support work that is kind of ongoing, and then the reporting and transparency side. So we're kind of working through those phases. I would say on the allocation side, things have gone well, right? Being able to share that much data back, being available to discuss it and dig into it. I think as I tie that to the professional development side, we're still hearing requests from certain subgroups of district stakeholders for more direct trainings, more opportunities to dig into that. And that is a balance of whether or not information is getting shared around robustly or not, as well as an opportunity for us to say, okay, great, there's still a lot more questions from this space. What can we do and ramp up there to make sure we're meeting the needs locally?
And one other question, just like the BEP, as you said, this is a funding formula, it's not a spending formula. How do the parents, how can they be assured that the funds that their student is bringing is getting directed to the student's needs?
Yeah, so this has been the biggest question we've been hearing from the steering committee members as well, and that is about when this starts to kind of hit the grassroots side of things. How does that conversation actually look? And we want to support finance directors and school directors in having that meaningful conversation. Part of it is ensuring that we're being clear about a funding plan, not a spending plan. But I will also say that it is about transparency to be able to have the hard conversation, right? There are really good answers for this. There's a reason that it costs money to provide transportation district-wide, whether or not your individual student is participating. There are good answers to this, but how those get packaged and shared with community members is something that we're eager to support and focus on with our districts, while also preserving the latitude for them that this is they also have local autonomy in making those calls,
Sure.
right? And so being able to reflect those back to your stakeholders is an important piece to the conversation too.
Other questions? Mr. Jensen?
Go ahead.
Or Chair Hartgrove?
Yes, to piggyback on that, so when it comes to those conversations, are you trying to provide guidance with regard to the most common questions that may be asked, or are they sharing with you anything that they anticipate in order to help them or guide them, if you will? Because I think the answers could be different all over the place, all over the board. So whatever guidance you all could provide, I think would be certainly worthy and helpful to the district. So do you have any plans with regard to that?
Yes, ma'am. I would say that right now we're in the place of hearing about how hard that will be, and we need to move the conversation more into help us understand the specifics of what it's going on. Because part of this too is that, bluntly, local budgeting conversations look immensely different, right? District to district, county to county,
Exactly.
local funding entity to local funding entity. So the amount of transparency that is happening thus far to date, merged with where we may be going from a state perspective, that is also all information we're trying to glean so that we can actually generate some valuable supports in that space too.
Because I'm just sitting here thinking, and I don't need to go down a rabbit hole. I've been in my own brain accusing myself of going down rabbit holes. But I'm just thinking about, honestly, you know, if they use the calculator, a parent uses the calculator and they determine that, well, my child generates $11,000, then I go to the district and I want to show me how you're spending that $11,000 that my child contributes to. I could imagine that happening, and I could also imagine it being very challenging for a finance director or a superintendent to do that. So that's where my brain is going. That's the kind of thoughts I'm having. And I've not had any conversations recently with directors of schools, but there certainly has been conversations that I've been a part of where there certainly has been concerns about many aspects of this, understandably so. That would be true of anything that's new and you're adjusting to, so I can see where help would be needed. I know you're ready to do that where you can.
Well, and I will just add, some of this is, it's a scale question and how we get there over time, right? Some of this isn't new. Legislators have been asking forever about how much money districts spend in central office versus at their schools, right? This is a much deeper nuance of that. I don't want to shy away from that point. But these topics of how the money is being spent at the local level are questions that have been bubbling up. And I think that is part of the directive in the legislation too.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Piercy, and you did an excellent job explaining all of this. We've heard many parts of this in the past, but in different ways. But you did a phenomenal job in explaining all of this to us, so thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Jensen?
Question, going back to the discussion about adult learners, is there any provision within TISA for funding any of that? And it's going to be different criteria, but has that been discussed, or is it within the legislation to allow adjustments for that somewhere in the TISA formula?
So let me tackle that from two different angles. The first thing that I will say is that TISA is a K-12 funding formula. That is what is articulated in law. So you have adult high school programs where those students are in grades 9-12. So from that sense, those students generate funding under TISA just like any other student in their home district. And so from that lens, TISA already encompasses that part of the work. From a second lens about kind of what the school situations could look like, specific to some of the Memphis conversations I know that we have had, there are conversations that can certainly be had about how districts approach funding schools that they operate, right? The only thing that is articulated in law right now about how much money goes to an individual school is specific to the charter space. We do not have other requirements articulated in law about how much a district must spend at one of their traditional schools or a contract school or any other type of school within their portfolio at this time.
Any other questions? Yes, Dr. Morrison.
Thank you. I have one from Jordan Mollenhauer, who's watching, and I'm sorry he's not here, but and I think, again, I'm just looking back at your slide, Sam, slide 6 gets at this, but he was interested, there's a lot of conversation this spring about the estimates versus now the actuals, and I think you said it was within 0.14% of those estimates, but he was just curious to know, was it 100% of funding that districts actually received, or was there any kind of, as we were calling it, haircut provision that had to be implemented based on, what was estimated and then what was actually allocated?
Yes, ma'am. So if I'm tracking the question correctly, I think the question is about whether or not anything was prorated because we were over budget or anything related to that. We were not. So every dollar you see represented in that statewide calculator is a dollar generated by the actual kids and students. So that 0.14 discrepancy is due to lower ADM counts, not because there was some budget funding cut associated with it. The students of the state generated slightly less than what we had estimated. And as a reminder, in spring of 2022, we were doing 3-year out projections. So that was data that was going back quite a while. But I think the big takeaway was that it landed pretty close, and that's a good thing for districts in terms of having landed somewhere near what they thought they were going to get.
And as you, it's on that same slide, I mean, the fact that there were only 4 appeals and none of them were about sort of like a disconnection between estimates and actuals, that's a good sign too.
Yep.
Great. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Let me say, Mr. Piercy, we appreciate it very much when you're on this side of the table. We appreciate very much when you're on that side of the table, and your clarity and your honesty. Your presentation is always excellent. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Next item is standards review for CTE, health and education, physical education. It's Deborah Knoll and Ms. Laura Paisley.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me this afternoon to talk about the proposed revised changes for the CTE standards. I'm Deborah Knoll. I'm the Assistant Commissioner of CCTE at the Department of Education. I'd like just to kind of highlight the agenda that we have for you today. I'm going to talk briefly about the CTE standards, talk about our review process, the stakeholder engagement, and then just go through some of the proposed changes for the CTE standards. And then Lori Paisley will come on up and talk through the PE standards, through the stakeholder engagement there, the overview of revisions, and then the same thing for the health education standards. She'll go through that stakeholder engagement and also give you an overview of those. All right, so I'd like to start with the comprehensive career cluster review process. And this is a process that happens every year at the department in the division of CCTE. So this process really is a review of the career clusters on a 3-year cycle. So we take the 16 career clusters, we divide it by a third, and we go ahead and review those clusters for the year. Our program managers assemble an advisory council, and I'll talk a little bit more about those advisory councils and who those stakeholders are here in just a second. And they are really made of secondary teachers, post-secondary teachers, and industry partners. These council members, they'll review the labor market data provided by the program managers. They pull those, it's the same data that we use for the TISA calculation for the CTE. We're pulling those numbers just to ensure that there is a need for these career clusters and these programs of study out there. They also then will ask for standards feedback based on that labor market data. Are we meeting the trends? Are we addressing those emerging technologies? Are we up to date in some of those nomenclatures that we have throughout the standards? Those advisory council members will give feedback not just on the standards but on the industry credentials as well. Once that feedback is collected, once the program managers have a plan to revise the standards, they do come back to our leadership team. We review those changes, we make our observations, and then based on that, they go ahead and make the changes. So they'll go ahead and revise the course standards, they'll revise, they'll add, they'll delete based on the feedback and research. This year, the courses that were submitted for state board approval for this cycle was Advanced Manufacturing, the Business Management Administration, the Arts AV, the Agribusiness, the Agriculture, Engineering, Industrial, and Mechanical Systems, and the Meat Science. And so there'll be a new set next year. One thing I really want to note here, though, in this space, that we're really trying to be intentional to make sure that we're staying current. I mean, that's our number one thing. We want to make sure we're current for these students. So we really want to capture those emerging careers in technology pieces and stay ahead of those trends. So that's kind of a constant focus at the forefront of all of these revisions. One thing also that I want to note is that Advanced CTE is currently in process of revising the 16 nationally recognized career clusters down to 12. So that's a process that they have initiated. It's a process that looks like it will conclude at the end of 2024. And I just want to let this board know that we will be engaged in those conversations with Advanced CTE. We'll be able to offer feedback on the framework to ensure that we're doing what's best for students. So I just want to make that known that that is a change that is coming that will drive some decisions going forward. And we're going to keep ahead of that. We're going to be engaged in conversations as we make these decisions. So the big key piece of these revisions is really that stakeholder engagement. We rely heavily in this space because we've got experts out there. So I want to kind of talk through this process. So the program managers select a diverse group of advisory council members to ensure we are staying current on trends and we know what is emerging throughout the state. Industry partners are one of these key players. They are on the councils. They come from both small and large industries, and I'll be able to show you that here in just a minute. Also from rural and urban locations. How do we identify these? Well, through many different ways. So we can connect with our partners at ECD and the Department of Labor, have conversations with them. Who are those big players? Who are the small players? Who wants to be engaged in this process? We also get recommendations through speaking with our folks at the post-secondary institutions, through our TCATs. Who do they talk to? Who are on their advisory councils? Who are they engaging with? As well as at the school level. At the school level, they're also required to have advisory councils of some sort. So they also have those industry stakeholders on their council. So we just really make sure we get a very diverse, across the state look at all different kinds of industries, big, small, middle, west, east, all of that. Secondary and post-secondary educators are really identified by the program managers through classroom and post-secondary visits. Who wants to be engaged in those conversations? Who has those great ideas? Who is like those forward-thinking individuals? They also, we find them those that are facilitating our chapters and our career and student technical organizations as well. So they meet right now in person in the fall, and then the rest of the year they're doing virtual meetings as well as virtual back and forth through emails regarding different topics, standards, and industry credentials. So just the feedback is gathered in all different forums there. We are currently undergoing a revision of our stakeholder advisory councils. Typically, they are on a 3-year cycle as well. So this year is a year for renewing and vetting those new councils. So as you can see, the next couple slides are giving you right now the current membership on each advisory council that is going for revision or review this year. Starting with our advanced manufacturing, you can see that we've got Eastman Chemical listed, A.O. Smith, Arcosa, Mueller Industries, Ford, as well as Denso, Greenville Technology Center, which is a teacher from there, the Tennessee STEM Innovation Network. As we go forward, we've got quite a few members. You can see that we also have representation from TCAT Chattanooga. We have a couple more schools listed there. We have Spring Hill High School, UT Chattanooga, Tullahoma High School, Halls High School, etc. So it's a really good cross-section. You can see that we've got the secondary presence, we've got our post-secondary partners, and then we've got industries throughout the state. As we move forward into the Arts, AV, and Technology Advisory Council, we also, again, you can see that we have instructors in the secondary space, as well as one from TCAT Memphis. And then you can also see Pellissippi State Community College, Nashville State Community College, Tennessee Tech University are also listed there. The Agricultural, Food, and Natural Resources has probably one of our largest councils, as you can see. But there's quite an array from across the state, again, gathering secondary teachers, post-secondary teachers in industry within this space. One thing that's a little bit unique about our agriculture career cluster, there are 6 programs of study, and there are different councils for each one, just because of the vast size and the vast content that's contained and the differences within. So this is the one for the agriculture, food, and natural resources. And as you can see, there's a big presence even on the backside here with the teachers. As we move into the business management administration, again, you can see the diverse array. We've got HCA Healthcare mentioned here. We've got AT&T along with Baptist Memorial Hospital. We got the University of Tennessee, Knoxville. And then we've got the Aegis Science Corporation, which is one of our industry partners. Valmont Utilities, which is a smaller corporation, as well as we have some of our secondary and our post-secondary partners. And lastly, we've got our health science. This is, again, drawing from a lot of different community colleges. We've got our TCATs, and then, of course, we got Ballard Health listed there as well. So moving forward into the proposed changes, once we complete that, we call it the C3R process, our advisory councils are going to vet those changes, they're going to make recommendations, not just to the standards, but to those industry credentials as well. This is the result of that work. And so we begin this work in the fall. And then, of course, today and tomorrow is kind of the concluding part of starting to propose these changes to you all. So as we start with advanced manufacturing, and I'm just going to, for time's sake, I'll go through these, but if you have any questions, please go ahead and stop me. So in advanced manufacturing, our program manager looked at 2 different programs of study, industrial maintenance technology and machining technology. And just for summary, some of the changes were they added standards on safety, measurement, and additive manufacturing. That additive manufacturing was missing, and that is one of those topics. I won't say that it's emerging at this time, but it is kind of an emerging technology. They also revised standards on a student project, and they removed standards relating to plant manager, production rate, and manufacturing process. The reason why those standards in particular were removed is because it was just a level above what our secondary students really needed at this time. So we just really always make sure that our standards are not just rigorous. We want our students to have that rigorous content, but we want to ensure that it's that appropriate content as well, that it's not over and above, like 2 or 3 steps above there. For the machining technology, again, we added those standards on safety, measurement, additive manufacturing. We revised some standards. And also replaced veneers with a dial capillary in the measurement, and that is just based off of feedback from our advisory council, trying to keep current and trying to really streamline those industry practices within that. For the mechatronics and welding, a lot of the changes, again, were those added standards on safety, measurement, and additive manufacturing. But under mechatronics, we added standards related to physical computing. And under welding, we revised the standard related to aluminum conducting heat. So those are just some specifics there. Also in welding, there's one standard that they added on lockout and tagout safety procedures, along with some other revisions as well. For the agriculture, food, and natural resources, under the agribusiness, the program manager and the advisory council revised standards to include consumer debt, loan calculation, and risk management. And they really wanted to include a stronger focus on spreadsheet functions to analyze business records and reports. So that was an added skill that industry brought forward to say this is a skill that's needed. So that was added into those standards. And then also under the agriculture, engineering, industrial, and mechanical systems, we really increased the content focus on current tools and equipment. We added the standards dealing with installation and repair of solar and battery stored energy and equipment, and that's one of those emerging technologies that I have talked about. And we also added standards addressing low voltage wiring as related to sensors and electrically operated equipment. So these were gaps that were identified by our advisory council that they wanted those included as well. Continuing to move through, we are proposing a new program of study under Meat Science. And just to give you some historical context with this, Carter County traditionally had this as a special course over many, many, many years. And then, as we know, under the CTE TISA, rural special courses are not part of that funding formula. So what we did this year, because we keep seeing an increased, there's a lot of schools that are wanting this program of study, especially in their innovative school model application. We have been working with Carter County, Alvin C. York, and Johnson County to really just guide them in teaching the food science standards as that minimal threshold, and then adding that meat science content on top of it. So they can teach those standards above and beyond as long as they're meeting those foundational standards. However, though, going forward, because we keep seeing that there is this need out there and there's districts that are asking us about it, and we're seeing it in the innovative school model applications, we decided that this was supported by labor market needs. We went ahead and created a program of study. One thing also to note, some of our counties are collaborating with their local TCATs to help establish additional post-secondary opportunities within meat science, as well as some of the TCATs are developing a meat certification program that would also give students additional opportunities within this program of study. So we can see that it is also being pushed out in our post-secondary partners. So with those connections, giving our students more dual enrollment opportunities, having an industry credential attached to this, we felt that it was really appropriate to propose this new program of study. In addition to those, in addition to that meat science and those other proposed changes, our program manager made some changes to the elective courses. So one of the elective courses under here is the GIS, or the Geographic Information Systems. And really all that the changes were in here was simplified and streamlined wording to really reflect emerging industry practices using this GIS. So this is one of those content buckets that is ever changing. The technology is ever changing, so we really wanted to make sure that this course was current. So that was added there. And then in this space also, the middle school courses. So we added a 6th grade course. Districts are requesting to expand early middle grades, some agriculture education. So this was designed for that 6th grade space. And it's just really to be an introductory middle school agriculture course. The other 2 courses really were just revised. We already had a 7th grade course. We already had an 8th grade course. We simply just renamed the course itself just for streamlined purposes. And then a couple of the standards in the 8th grade course under the agricultural sciences were updated to meet those industry standards as well. For the arts, AV, technology, communications, the fashion design program study, the only change there was our program manager revised the standard on the capstone project. It simply was a limitation of the number of garments required for the students to create to ensure a more obtainable goal. So that was some feedback from our secondary teachers on that advisory council, that the goal that was previously established was not attainable. So we went ahead and reflected that in the new proposed changes. Under the business management administration, we updated desktop publishing section to reflect current terminology. Same thing with oral communications. And then the meetings section to reflect both virtual and in-person meetings. Under business management, again, we streamlined and simplified the wording to reflect current practices. Under the business entrepreneurship practicum, we updated the business proposal section by combining and simplifying those standards. And then under the Virtual Enterprise International, while this is a vendor course, the concepts of this course can be part of the existing practicum course for schools and districts that wish to purchase the subscriptions and continue to use the vendor. So we just kind of streamlined that process as well. Under Health Services Administration, the biggest piece for this one is we removed the how pieces of the standards to allow for more flexibility. If you remember back when we did a big standards revision the the entire overhaul, and we overhauled the entire, like in 2014, 2015, our standards gave the why and then it gave the how. So it would say something like, go ahead and discuss the components of cybersecurity, and the students can create a graphic organizer in order to show for understanding. So what was happening is our teachers felt very limited to that. They felt like they had to create that graphic organizer. So that how-to piece we have removed from our standards, and that's been standard practice, I think, over the last 2 cycles. But this is the 3rd cycle, so this is the last cycle for these. But I just wanted you all to note that this is something that we're doing going forward, just to really ensure that our teachers have flexibility. What is best for their students, what what their students' needs are, what their students' desires are, can be captured, and they don't feel like they're chained to a certain project or outcome there. All right. Under office management, computer applications was moved to the middle school. The Principles of Office Applications is a new course. It's a higher level of standards of computer applications. So what we did is we moved that computer applications course down, but then we created a course in that secondary space to support that. The standards reflect cloud computing and app versus desktop software. So again, trying to make sure we have those emerging technologies supported. And they also reflect MOS certification requirements. So we handled that. The advanced computer applications, we retired in lieu of the new advanced office applications. And so the advanced office applications is a new course. It reflects current technology and equal to the expert level of the MOS exams in that space. And last but not least, health science. Let's see if I can get there. Another new course in behavioral health. It was added as a new program of study to meet the demands of labor market in the areas of mental health and substance abuse. It's a large growth and demand in this industry. So the labor market data supported that. It was a recommendation by the advisory council. So this will be proposed as a new program of study this year. So I know that was a lot of information. I tried to streamline it as best as I could. But I'm happy to entertain any questions that you may have.
Questions for Ms. Knoll? Yes, Mr. Just.
A couple of questions, please. Help me understand the meat sciences. What is the driver industry-wise for that? I'm just not familiar. I'm just curious.
Yeah, that's a good question. And I can get you, I'd be happy to present to you some information more tomorrow. But that meat science is really, it's in the agriculture industry.
Okay.
There's a need for it. Carter County has had that program of study supported. We see other, like Eldon C. York, we see these other ones wanting to offer those standards. I think just with the growth, agriculture is huge in Tennessee, and I think that's just a practice that we're finding in more and more communities, or what they're seeing is that Carter County has this meat science. They also have that labor market data supported in their community, so they're wanting to provide that for their students as a pathway to go into.
So am I correct in understanding that that's a focused area, geography that's addressing? Is that a correct statement?
It is, yep.
Okay.
Yep.
I can tell you, I was actually going to highlight that one and say thank you, because my daughter lives on a farm in East Tennessee, and that's an area there's great need in that they're finding.
Okay. So follow-up question. We have, in Tennessee, we've got 95 counties, and there's some automotive operation in 88 of those counties.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just curious if there's any focus on the automotive industry. It's in Middle Tennessee, it's obviously in 88 counties, that's a significant industry. And I'm just curious if there's any focus on that CTE training.
Absolutely. And we do have a career cluster that supports that. We have an automotive career cluster with programs of study that do support that industry. And it will actually be up for review next year. But we do have quite a few folks. They partner a lot with the TCATs,
Okay.
as well as some post-secondary opportunities there.
Well, just, I would really like to understand that a little better at some point. I thank you that you're going to bring us some more information on that. I do know
Absolutely.
that that the Blue Oval City Ford and SK started hiring this week.
Yeah.
And there's a total, I've been told, of 30,000 jobs coming in with that. And I just want to make sure that we're thinking about writing that curriculum from right to left instead of left to right, so that we're thinking about, here are the jobs. And if the meat sciences, that sounds like one we're coming from over here and moving back this way, as opposed to writing a curriculum and then, and not making sure we really, and I saw your industry council, I would probably encourage you to see if you could get somebody from SK Batteries
Yeah.
On that, or the electronic, the
Absolutely.
electrical stuff. I do know that they have, somebody at the airport told me in Memphis that they've requested that they have 400 cars a week available for their people coming in to train for the next 2 years or so. So
Absolutely. And I will tell you, we are in conversations with Ford, with the TCAT that's on site there as well, just asking like what their curriculum is so we can seamlessly help support that. Also, with this new restructuring of advanced CTEs down to 12 clusters, energy is going to become one of the new clusters. And so that we know that that electric car battery program of study will fit right with that. So
and they're also, they're coming into Middle Tennessee with a application. So it seems to me to make sure we're thinking about the jobs that are coming in here and go backwards to the curriculum.
Absolutely.
And I'm not saying, I'm asking a question, not making a statement.
No, and you're absolutely right. And I think also too, when we think about the CTE TISA funding formula and we talk about the Perkins Reserve, being able to kind of supplement some of those emerging pieces, because we know there is a lag in the data. So when we probably look up electric car battery and the positions that are associated with that, we may not capture those for a couple years. So we are forward thinking in places that we can help support those right away. So we can be ahead of the trends and we can support that from day one rather than waiting 2 years from now. Because you're right, because they're going to need that workforce ready and available and trained, ready to go.
As I said, they started hiring this week.
Yes.
So
Absolutely.
thank you.
Yeah, I don't know if other board members have seen this or not, but I appreciate, I don't know if you're the one that generated it, the list of the career clusters, the number of districts that participate in each one of those career clusters, the percent of the districts, the number of schools, and the percent of schools. It really is very informative. It's interesting that, like health science, there's 120 districts out of 145, 47 districts have health science. Government and public education administration, there's only one district.
Yeah.
And then the next shortest one is finance is 31. But I think all that is really good information as we continue to look and see what are the needs across the state. How do we determine what are the right courses that we can offer to our students? As I was delighted to see meat science added. Certainly behavioral health is another one that's coming down the pike. And as we go through this, I'll mention SCORE has had a series this past summer on education to workforce. And it's just been excellent to look and see what the workforce needs are across the state and how can we continue to partner. We talk about partnerships, partner with industry to meet the needs to have those jobs. So
Absolutely.
I did have a couple of questions. The middle schools, things moving down to the middle school, what do we take away from the middle school curriculum to allow them to take these courses? I mean, it's pretty regimented, isn't it? Or
Not necessarily. What we see in our middle school space is they make it part of their rotations, maybe their fine arts rotations, where they do a 9-week course. Because a lot of our middle school courses are really those introductory courses. And just even last year, we had those career exploration courses that we approved for the middle school space. So what we're seeing this year is they're working those into the rotation as well. And so our middle school courses aren't rigorous. They're really meant to introduce and to get them, accustomed to what is available at the secondary space so they can seamlessly move in.
I know we've talked about wanting to move the CTE classes more so that we can help provide those introductions.
Absolutely, because we know that those decisions are being made in middle school. So we really want to ensure that we do that, especially with our innovative school model funding too, giving those middle schools the funds to reimagine space as well in that CTE space, we will absolutely provide our students those opportunities to do so.
And I was also really glad to see in several of those standards, the focus on safety.
Yes.
Clearly in the industry, safety, number one. If you don't have safety, you don't have production.
Absolutely.
So I was glad to see the focus on safety being added to those standards.
Great, thank you.
Other question? Yeah, Mr. Vice Chair Collins.
Just one comment. Applaud you for your engagement and outreach. Really appreciate that, and bringing the voice of industry educators and all the folks who touch this space to the table. So look forward to hear back from you soon on more of that.
Absolutely, thank you.
Yes, Dr. Morrison.
I would just echo that. It was really helpful to see the members of those industry councils and just the specific, schools certainly, but also industries that are represented, companies. I'm also excited, one more comment in terms of thinking about how we might bring folks from Blue Oval. This is something our member Jensen over here has thought a lot about, to this board to give some sort of presentation or some sort of discussion. They did a similar sort of presentation at a TEC meeting that I attended recently, and I do think it's helpful to see how it's all coming together with this huge opportunity that we have in Tennessee to think about what that means for CTE standards, what it means for a lot of the things that come before this board in this space in terms of K-12. And then my question is just thinking about AI in particular and how much of a driving force that is behind so many of these areas, and just what attention we've been able to give at this round of sort of standards review versus 3 years. Things could look just wildly different from that standpoint. So
Absolutely, I think that's a great question. First and foremost, we are going to engage in conversations with AI. We've been approached by code.org to start that national conversation, to see what's going on, regionally, what's going on nationally, how are teachers, how are educators embedding this content, what's appropriate for our students, what are those learning curves, all those pieces. So we are going to start engaging in those conversations in the fall. Next year, our IT program of study is up for review, and I hope to be able to capture what we learn from that code.org experience. And we'll be engaging with other folks as well, but that's where we're headed in that space.
Several of us saw a presentation by code.org, and it's very informative and also good.
Yeah.
But, Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr.
a
Jensen.
question on your IT. I presume or assume that there will be an AI focus somewhere in that effort when you review that next year.
Absolutely. That's why we're taking this year to really learn what's going on in that space, and you will see that reflected for next year.
Any other questions or comments?
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you.
I think Ms. Paisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, members. I am Lori Paisley. I'm Senior Director of Coordinated School Health at the Department of Education. And I am first going to share our standards review of the physical education standards. Starting with, let me get my handy dandy stakeholder engagement. The stakeholder engagement and the review was led by Heather Piergis. She is our physical education and physical activity coordinator at the department. And the committee members were selected to represent active physical education teachers, coordinated school health coordinators that oversee and or support physical education in the districts, and then higher education professionals preparing our future physical educators. The committee represented all 3 grand regions, the 9 congressional districts, and it included a recent Tennessee Association for Health, Physical Education, Recreation, and Dance, also known as TAPERD, Physical Education Teacher of the Year, and a member who contributed to the 2016 review. Communication to all physical educators and coordinated school health coordinators statewide was made last summer to extend an invitation to all professionals in our schools and districts to serve on the committee and to provide feedback. And a session was held at the 2022 Tapered Conference to gather feedback on current standards. Moving forward to grades K through 5. This is just an overview of the main changes and the focus areas that committee focused on during the review. They prioritized optimizing clarity for teachers to observe and assess students. By doing this, the committee believes that the verb is clearer on what the outcome would be. They expanded some standards to include multiple domains, and this was done to ensure consistency across the grades. There was a large focus on accessibility and developmental appropriateness, and accessibility is one, accessibility of the equipment for the teachers, but also accessibility for students. Mastery of all standards is dependent on students meeting 2 or 3 days a week for a minimum of 30 minutes per class. Since these are foundational skills, this is very important. Modifications will be necessary if students meet less than 2 times or more than 3 times a week, and this gives every teacher autonomy when teaching their physical education class. While standards are grade specific, some skills, when developmentally appropriate, may be introduced as exploratory tasks in an earlier grade, and a good example there is the first standards in the locomotor component. Moving on to grades 6 through 8, these were reordered to be grouped by game classification and/or activity type, and they are listed in order of ease of skill acquisition. They were rewritten to pair psychomotor skill outcome with an appropriate cognitive outcome, and the grade level benchmarks in this grade span changed from 6, 7, 8 to 6 and then 7 and 8. Some of the reasons for that is teachers statewide see these grades in PE the most inconsistently. Grade 6 is the initial heavy transition from foundational skills. Grades 7 and 8 are designed to expand skill application and elevate critical thinking elements. Game classifications make it easy for teachers who see students 6 through 8 year-round with enhanced verbs and autonomy of the application within the game classifications. Mastery of all standards is dependent on the number of class meetings per year, and therefore modifications may be necessary. And standards do not need to be taught in the order presented. However, sequencing of the 4 game types, target, striking, fielding, net, wall, and invasion are listed in order of increasing difficulty and complexity regarding designing skill practice and skill acquisition. In grades 9 through 12, this review includes appropriate language updates to better align with the changes made in grades 6 through 8. This committee added game classifications as appropriate and also added tactics with strategies as appropriate.
Can you please explain what you mean by game classifications?
Yes, do you have a copy of the standards? I think maybe looking at the standards might.
They're on the SharePoint site, so I don't.
Okay. They are actually games, and they classified the games. So in each component, yes, there are games. That is how our PE teachers like to refer to those activities. So each of the games are classified in a certain component and sometimes in the subcomponent areas. I think I ended with they added tactics with the strategies as appropriate. They expanded and elevated verbs in the cognitive domain. The standards do not need to be taught in the order presented, and the component and subcomponent numbers are only for organization and identification. And the standard is the action, knowledge, or behavior expected. One good example is in FPA 11. That's in the subcomponent exercise prescription. One of those examples is design a personal fitness plan based on the FIT principle. For example, frequency, intensity, time, type. And unique to grades 9 through 12 is the component extension. Component extensions are ideas that teachers can use to further challenge their students in a particular subcomponent, and they are optional teaching ideas. I'm so sorry I didn't move forward. That is the end of the overview on the standards review for physical education. Do you have any questions on physical education?
Questions for Ms. Paisley? I'll just have one comment. It's one that I always mention that has to do with assuring that the schools are meeting the needs and the requirements of the Tom Cronin Act. I firmly believe I would not be here if it weren't for physical education, so meeting those requirements weekly and meeting those needs, I think, are very important for our students. Are we still #1 in the nation in obesity?
We are not #1, but we're pretty close to the top. Or at the bottom,
So,
however you look at it.
Yeah, right. So it's really important that we continue to focus, because if you don't have your health, doesn't matter, you won't be able to learn. So I'll get off my preacher soapbox now.
Thank you.
That's all. Any other questions? Move on.
Okay, seeing none, I will move on to our standards review of health education. And in health education, the stakeholder engagement was, the review was led by Mark Bloodworth. He is the data and health education coordinator on my team at the Department of Education. And the committee members were selected to represent active health education and lifetime wellness teachers, coordinated school health coordinators, school counselors, and higher education professionals preparing our future health education teachers. The committee represents all 8 regional centers of regional excellence, CORE, and then communication to our coordinated school health coordinators statewide was also made last summer to extend an invitation to district and school staff to serve on the committee and to provide feedback. Also, a session was held at the annual Coordinated School Health Institute to gather feedback on our existing standards. So to first talk about grades K through 5, the elementary committee made revisions to better address the developmental levels of elementary students. So the language was made more appropriate for those students. The K through 5 standards now include vaping prevention where appropriate in the safety component and in the hazardous substances subcomponent. 2 new subcomponents were added to the safety component: passenger safety and personal safety, and some existing standards were redistributed to these new subcomponent areas respectively. Personal safety standards support Aaron's Law, which was signed into law in 2014, which focuses on child sexual abuse prevention, including such abuse which may occur in the child's home. Moving on to grades 6 through 8, a new subcomponent, general health, was added to the personal wellness component with the addition of 10 new standards. New standards were added to other personal wellness subcomponent areas such as nutrition, physical activity and fitness, and disease prevention. The new nutrition standards focus on information accuracy and claims. The new physical activity and fitness standards focus on increased physical activity, and the new disease prevention standards focus on chronic diseases. A little bit more about grades 6 through 8 review. Two new subcomponents, vehicle occupant safety and water safety, were added to the safety and prevention component. The vehicle occupant safety subcomponent focuses on the importance of using seat belts and best practices while in personal vehicles, public transportation, and rideshare. The water safety subcomponent focuses on reducing the risk of injuries in and around water and what to do in a water emergency. New standards were added to other safety and prevention subcomponent areas such as prevention and technology safety, The new prevention standards focus on bicycle and pedestrian safety. And I want to stop there just to share with you that we are part of Tennessee's Pedestrian Task Force, and they completed a bicycle and pedestrian assessment for our state that we were able to share with our committee. Also, new prevention standards focus on weapons, and the new technology and safety standards focus on harmful media effects, addiction to technology, and influences. A new subcomponent, relationships, was added to the human growth and development component with the addition of 10 new standards. These standards expand upon 6 through 5 standards supporting Aaron's Law through identifying the types of child abuse, child sexual abuse, and human trafficking. New standards were added to the pregnancy and reproduction subcomponent of human growth and development component, which focus on identifying a trusted adult to discuss making good choices. 2 new subcomponents, conflict resolution and social health, were added to the mental health, emotional, and social health component. The conflict resolution subcomponent focuses on identifying conflict management and resolution strategies. The social health subcomponent focuses on examining positive and adverse childhood experiences and how to build resiliency. New standards were added to the mental health subcomponent, which focus on identifying signs and symptoms, causes, triggers, and health effects of depression, stress, and anxiety. 2 new subcomponents, core concepts and refusal and risk reduction, were added to the substance use and misuse component. The core concepts subcomponent focuses on appropriate and inappropriate use of medications and substances and identifying the harmful effects of vaping on the body and the environment. The refusal and risk reduction subcomponent focuses on recognizing behaviors that may indicate alcohol and drug impairment. Making the transition to grades 9 through 12. This is also the lifetime wellness course, and that should be noted. Updates were made to be more inclusive of disease prevention and relationships. A new subcomponent, disease prevention, was added to the personal wellness component with the addition of 5 new standards. These standards focus on the importance of preventative health care and how it contributes to overall wellness. A new subcomponent, vehicle driver and occupant safety, was added to the first aid and safety component with the addition of 2 new standards. These standards focus on increased potential of injury with high-risk behaviors while operating and occupying a vehicle. New standards were added to the mental health component in the emotional health subcomponent, which focus on identifying ways to develop self-care behaviors and identifying and explaining adverse childhood experiences. In the mental health subcomponent, a standard was added which focuses on seeking help. New standards were added to the substance use and abuse component in the risk reduction subcomponent, which focus on identifying harmful ingredients in e-cigarettes and vaping devices and the health risk associated with vaping. New standards were added to the human growth and development component in the relationships subcomponent, which focus on how to reduce the risk of becoming a victim of abuse and the process to report it, and the detection, intervention, prevention, and treatment of human trafficking. New standards on adoption were also added to the human growth and development component in the sexuality subcomponent. And that concludes the review of health education standards. Any questions on those?
Vice Chair Cobbins.
Thank you. Thank you for a great presentation. Bear with me for 1 second. So, my entire time on the board, when we have to read the licensure and discipline situations, and I've mentioned this a couple of times in meetings some years ago, that the instances where there have been inappropriate adult and student interaction, just makes me want to pull my hair out. And what we talked about briefly during those periods was that, one, we know the adults know the difference between what's right and what's wrong, but students, especially with social media now, the lines are sort of blurred in terms of how you interact, what's appropriate, what's not appropriate. And we talked about maybe the health education space being an opportunity to be able to at least make sure students are made aware, through, all the different avenues that you presented, to at least make sure we're taking care of it on that end as well. And so does this incorporate anything about, it's a lot of different moving parts, but social media as part of the mental health piece, even aside from the adult stuff, but then the adult-child interaction thing, where we can at least place some awareness safeguards there to ensure that we're doing everything that we can do.
Yes, thank you for that question and statement. I believe that Aaron's Law passing in 2014 really moved us forward, and the Department of Education partners with DCS and the State Board, and we developed some guidelines. Aaron's Law really changed things where, how we used to teach stranger danger, and what we found is it's not always a stranger, it could be someone in the home. So we've done a lot of work. I'm honored to represent the department on the Joint Task Force for Children's Justice with my colleagues at DCS, the Department of Health, and other state agencies, and that is a focus of that work. Like you said, through our health education standards and teaching help, but also with our school counselors, we are able to teach students what is right and what is wrong with appropriate touch. There's so much more to say about that, so many more areas, but also when to seek out a trusted adult to talk to when that student feels that something has happened as you described.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is more direct in terms of educator, student.
The teachers in the schools?
Yeah, because what we read about, just shows that there's something missing, and something amiss. And so, students' awareness of how to protect themselves isn't the right word, but just when things are becoming inappropriate with any adult, especially somebody in the classroom, but any adult, I think is something that's desperately needed, because the lines are very blurred, and we read these cases and it's clear that there's some things that they may not be aware of, and they may be being preyed upon, they may not be, but there's an interaction that occurs that should not be occurring. And to the extent we can make students aware, knowing that teachers have a code of ethics and other things they're supposed to adhere to, but students don't, if they're not being taught that at home or whatever the case may be, I just want to make sure that we are informing them on how best to navigate that terrain at the appropriate ages, of course, but doing everything that we can do.
I hear what you're saying and I understand, and I will take that to my next Joint Task Force meeting next month. I believe that Aaron's Law does focus on that. Abuse can happen in the home, but I think you're right. It's not just in the home with someone who's not a stranger. It could be, I think as you've given the example, a teacher. So I will absolutely take that forward. Thank you.
I think Vice Chair Cobbins has a very good suggestion, and another value of that is if the teachers were to be teaching that to the students, it would make them think again before they might go too far in a relationship. Because like I say, as we read those every quarter, it just is very disturbing, so good comment. Other questions or comments?
I have
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I do have a comment because this is certainly important to have this discussion, and I think anything that we can do to educate students. But we're also have been talking about making sure that educators fully understand the consequences of their behavior. And so we have that we also have to navigate through. And when I was chairman, we had several discussions, and I spoke not too long ago, I think it was in my prep call, with the team about that very subject matter. Because every time we look at the list of licensure actions, it is a constant reminder that if they understood the consequences of their actions, so to me it's a twofold approach with the students as well as with the educators, because are they likely, and usually it's a health science teacher or a science teacher that's teaching those standards, so it's not all of the teachers who would be teaching those particular standards. So you still have to count on the districts, the leadership, the principals, the administrators, making sure their teachers understand this, because those numbers would go down instead of continuing to stay steady or go up. So it's a multi-pronged approach, in my opinion. So thank you.
Other comments, questions? Thank you, Ms. Baisley.
Thank you.
Next item is educator diversity, Ms. Martha Moore.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me. Let's see. I am Martha Moore. I'm the Senior Director of Educator Effectiveness, and I'm delighted to be chatting with you today about our Educator Diversity Goal Collection and the reflections of the districts as they work through their goals. I have had the pleasure of being involved in this process from the beginning. So I was involved in the very first data collection and then also in the improvements we've made through the iterations of data collection. So I'm looking forward to talking with you about that and answering any questions you might have. So the policy itself is outlined in TCA 941302 and requires that we collect goals, that the goals would consider the students that LEA serves, that it would comply with all other laws, and that it would include minority educators as listed on the slide. And we also know that every district has their own take on what they need to reflect the population that they are serving. In our collection, we have an annual collection that we do. We do this each year. The first year, we did it toward the end of the school year. We've made some changes to our time frame as we've gone into our second collection and then moving into our third for this year. We provided some resources for our districts so that they had some guidance about what goals could read, look like, sound like, how they would read, how they would actually share them with us depending on the platform that they would use. And our role in this is to compile, to look at these, to monitor, to give feedback to districts, to support them in how they write those goals, and then to provide any technical assistance across the department with sharing information to the different initiatives that might be interested in knowing about this data, such as the Grow Your Own work. In our first year, as I said, we did a collection late in the school year. We used a survey that the LEAs completed with narrative responses. We had a fairly tight turnaround window. We asked for one goal. It was the first year of implementation, so we didn't have any reflections. We just asked for the goal that they had created. We communicated through email and the department newsletters, and our completion rate was 61%, not ideal, but most districts did respond in that time frame. The second year, we took a good look at what we had done. We changed the time frame over which we collected the goals, included it in the Informed TN platform. Again, we had narrative responses. In the second year, they also submitted a goal, but reflected on where they were in the first goal's progress. In some cases, great progress was made. In some, they were still refining that first goal into something that was more useful for their district. We had a lot more communication. There were some webinars. We had various newsletters that had information in them. We had some on-demand support and had some phone calls with some districts as they were working through. Second collection, much better response. We had 100% of districts submit goals, and of the ones that had submitted the previous year, they did have reflections for us. The prompts we use are on the screen, so we ask them to reflect on the diversity of their district, respond with their goal, provide the strategies that they were using to attack that goal, to try to reach that goal, and then any other goals that they might have. Most districts provided us with one goal, some provided us with more. As we look at some of those samples, you'll see some trends in how they were approaching their goals. We've redacted the LEAs on these. We, of course, could provide you with more detailed information should you request or like to see that. But as you can read in this sample, this district looked at what was going on in their district, the strategies that they wanted to use to approach the minority recruitment and retention, and looking at what their education partners might be able to do for them. A second was much more data-driven. They were looking at the goal of matching their student population. And this particular reflection, 6.3% of their teachers were minorities, even though their goal was 9%. So they were making progress toward, had not quite gotten there. But you can see that trend of relationships with local universities, working with their EPPs and the partnerships, leaning into the grow your own work. A second reflection, you can see again the trend continues. They're leaning in with their partners. They're leaning into the grow your own work. They're leaning into job fairs and looking at as many places as possible to pull those diverse educator populations. As they shared strategies, you can again see that trend continue. They're looking at the grow your own process. How are we using our apprenticeships? How are we using our primary partnerships to ensure that we're getting not only the content teachers that we need, but the teacher population that will reflect the student population? And as this goal points out, many of these are goals that are going to be looked at over a time period. They're not trying to climb the mountain in 1 year. They're looking at it as an incremental approach year after year. A second strategy, submission. Again, you're going to see the grow your own. That trend continues. We're looking at what the colleges and universities can do and looking at making these changes over a period of time. In this case, this LEA was looking at national job recruiting sites. They were using job boards. They were using direct website recruiting. They were leaning into social media, working with universities, and in this case, using teaching as a profession to create a pipeline internally. So as we looked at this in reflection of a second year of data collection, much more robust than the first, we can see that about a third of our LEAs at the point of this analysis were really leaning into the grow your own work. They have aspirational goals. They are truly looking at what experience they want their students to have, and they want them to have that experience with a diverse teaching population. They're working with their EPP partnerships. We've got 58 primary partnerships. They're looking to enhance those relationships to recruit, retain teachers, and they're also really leaning into the permits and waivers so that those credentials are in place to support getting credentialed teachers into those classrooms. And I look forward to any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Questions? Mr. Jensen?
When you speak of diversity in teachers, is that combined number of diverse teachers, or are you breaking out by ethnicity? And what's behind my question is that if you take Memphis and Shelby County schools, 16% Hispanic, and then there's a B part to that question. If they are hired like that, is there an effort required for them to make sure that a Hispanic teacher might be in a Hispanic concentrated school so that there's somebody at that school that looks like the child or looks like the parent? So, do you understand my
I
question?
totally understand your question, and I appreciate it. Thank you. At this point, we're just looking at minority versus non-minority percentages. However, I do believe, based on the way, twofold, based on the way that LEAs are presenting these goals and on the feedback conversations we had when LEAs would reach out to us for support, they are thinking in those ways. So I don't have that really reflected in the data because we're not breaking the minority down into those subcategories. But I do know they are very focused on giving all students the experience of a diverse teaching population. However, they want that to look like the students they are serving. So if the minority population is Hispanic, they are looking to reflect that in their particular recruitment and retention. So I can't give you specific numbers, but I did see evidence of that.
So how do you measure that in the end? In other words, if we're 2 years down the road on this, and we go, okay, great, we've got making great progress. When you've got a school system, whether it's urban or rural, how do we measure to see that we're achieving what the diversity is, as opposed, say, for example, using Memphis and Shelby County, it's 73%, 74% African American, 16% Hispanic. Is there a measurement of that at some point? And probably the B part of that question is, what if they're not there? Is there any way that we can make sure that they get there without becoming the diversity police?
Well, I think there's a couple of things. One, our data and research teams do break down teacher ethnicity and report on that. So that is on our data downloads page, so we can pull some of that information. It has not been cross-referenced with these diversity goals, which are LEA generated. So that data is pulled just as ethnicity, teacher ethnicity. So I think we could cross-reference some of this and see. I think the other thing is we could look at the prompts we're asking, and we could ask more specific data points in our educator diversity goal collection questions. You know, share with us the breakdown of your local population and how does your teacher population reflect the subcategories. I think that's one of the things we could do.
I would appreciate that that is some level of priority to get there. And I'm particularly, and high school is important, but I'm particularly thinking of elementary school with small children and there being no one there that looks like me.
Yep.
So.
And the placement thing piece too, I think is
Yes.
important. It's not just, oh, well, you re-increased.
We increased
you know,
numbers.
But we put them in another, we didn't put them in classrooms where they're reflective of the student population. So I think that would just be an interesting data point.
We started the conversations today about what those questions needed to look like for next year. So this is perfect timing, and I think that's something we can lean into.
Thank you.
Do all districts have as a goal that their teacher population will reflect their student population?
Most districts do not use that particular wording. That is the guide by which we encourage districts to consider what their educator diversity goals might look like. We have some very diverse districts, and we also have some that are very not diverse. So they don't always use that language, but as you can see in some of the goals that we shared, many of them do. And that is the trend, that they are leaning toward reflecting the population they're teaching.
As the data shows, the learning goes up when
Yes.
it happens. So, and of course, it's the district's decision. We're not going to mandate, but I would strongly encourage, continue to push for that.
And I think we can take a look at our guidance documents and make sure that they appropriately highlight some of those best practices.
Mr. Powell, what's your comments?
Just 2 quick points. One, I know we monitor and report or grade EPPs in this particular area, and with the reliance on so many LEAs going to the EPP and university population, I think it just sort of underscores the fact that, you know, we have to go upstream a little bit and make sure that we're, you know, holding EPPs accountable if they're going to be one of the top pools or destinations for these LEAs. So, second point is a friend of mine probably 43, 44 years old, has worked in management and supervisory leadership roles for some large organizations, just got his MBA a couple of months ago, just announced this week that he's going to become an educator. And so I'm wondering, have you heard from LEAs that they're looking at folks like him who may be, 15, 20 years into a career, but want to do something different and find a different, meaning for their career, as sort of an alternative opportunity in that regard. I see the job fairs thing, so I don't know if that is where they're going to pursue that, but it just seems like another opportunity to take smart people and make them educators.
I think some of those smart people are educators and they just don't know it. They've done the other career first before they found the right one. I do think LEAs are leaning in that way. I am not involved in the EPP portion or in the Grow Your Own work specifically, but as a partner in that work in the human capital team, I do know that our LEAs are looking at those alternative pathways, and that when they find those career changers, they are grabbing them up as quickly as they can find them. So congratulations to your friend for starting the good career.
Dr. Morrison?
Just one question. I was going to make that same point about the EPP report card highlighting the same
Yes.
goal for institutions, but I just wondered too, how are districts able to come together and talk about this? Because some of the strategies are just good recruitment, generally, but how are they going like a level deeper in terms of really, looking at the pipeline for diverse educators, thinking about the Grow Your Own? Like, are there opportunities for districts to come together and talk about what's working, what challenges they're having?
I think there are opportunities in each one of those buckets for our educators to come together and talk about those. I don't know that at this point we've done a bridge between those different buckets and bringing our educators together that way. With this reporting, we have finished our second collection and our first truly robust collection. So I think there is a wonderful opportunity for us to start bringing a focus group together to talk about these things and to share best practices. Again, another grand suggestion that I think we can lean into for the upcoming year.
At some point, having those encompass EPPs and districts so that they're having, the conversation together would be awesome. Thank you for sharing this with us.
Other questions or comments? Thank you very much for the important work that you're doing.
Thank you.
Next item is proposed licensure actions. Mr. Alex Anderson, Mr. Todd Madison, Mr. Ryan Shanahan.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members. We have the pleasure of closing us out today. I am Senior Associate Counsel Todd Madison with Associate Counsel Ryan Shanahan and Alex Anderson. I wanted to start it off by providing you with a brief update on license discipline. You all recently received our mid-year update that we send out that gives you an overview of license discipline on a detailed level so far in 2023. And we thought it might be helpful to provide you with a scaled back version of that at each workshop to keep you better informed of what's going on in license discipline from meeting to meeting throughout the year. So with that, we will give you a little update of what's happened since we last met in May. Since then, we have received 88 reports of misconduct, and of those 88, 25 of those have resulted in new open cases for us. And over that period of time, we have closed out 82 cases. Does anybody have any questions or comments about that information?
So just a question on the 88 were brought to you and 25 were new open. That's 50 something that weren't open. Are they still active or what?
So those that weren't opened were closed out, and the vast majority of those that we will receive are either duplicate reporting or self-reporting by teachers who are submitting transactions and they are self-reporting a past misconduct that we've already reviewed, and therefore we don't need to review again. So yes, there's I think a 63 difference there in those would be the reasons why those wouldn't result in an open case.
Other questions? Okay.
All right. So we have 19 items up for your consideration tomorrow. So with that, we are happy to answer any clarifying questions you may have about one of those, or note any items to pull for further discussion.
Any questions or comments? I know I had one question that I sent in, and I very much appreciate the additional input. It was very valuable. I understand why you made the recommendation you did. Chair Hargrove?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I do want to go on record in recognizing the team for the great work you did putting the report together. I would imagine that many of our board members have not had an opportunity to read it yet, but the depth and breadth of the information that you shared was well received by me, and I think it really does highlight the work that you're doing. The data is there, and I know you'll close out the year and provide us with a comprehensive report for the entire year, but I did want to say that and acknowledge the great work that you all do. We've talked about this before, and it's some of the toughest work we do, and we have to face these licensure actions. And the work that you all have gone through over the years and evolving it to where we are today, I think it does help us in so many ways to make a much better informed decision, and we're able to look at previous cases and make sure of consistencies and things of that nature. So I know there's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes, and the report reflects a lot of that work. So thank you very much. I want to acknowledge that on record. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well said. Other comments? I guess that's it.
All right. Thank you all.
Okay, final discussion items. Any board members have any final thoughts or comments that they would like to bring up at this point in time? Or Dr. Reynolds, any thoughts? Your first workshop?
Not a doctor, but
Oh.
Commissioner, whatever you want. No, thank you all for indulging me. This was really a great meeting. I really enjoyed it. So no, thank you for having me, and I look forward to continuing to work with y'all on this board.
We are so pleased that you're here and that you participate, and you do have a class team that
Absolutely.
it's a great partnership between the state board and the TDOE, and continue to build that. So,
Yeah,
other comments from other board members?
Ditto.
Dr. Morrison?
now she's a doctor.
Yeah, well, EDD, don't ask me for any scripts. No, it's been a great day, great discussion. Appreciate all of you chiming in, having Commissioner Reynolds with us. And I know tomorrow's going to be a full day, so we'll look forward to additional discussion and items coming at us starting in the morning. And we will have most of our members with us tomorrow. Our new member, Chrissy McInturf, who is our educator member from the 1st Congressional District. We'll be excited to welcome her tomorrow. So we will be doing her pending just a few minutes before the meeting starts for members to take note.
Yes, so I want to thank all the presenters today. I'm sorry that we didn't have all of our board members here to hear it. And clearly the presentations you made very helpful to each one of us that were here as we go forward in the decisions that we will make tomorrow. But thank you for your participation. Thanks for everyone else who's tuned in and listened. And we on the state board, all of our objectives are first focused on the student, and we want to hear from you. So with that, we will adjourn the meeting. Thank you.